Good morning, everyone. We will get started here shortly. We're just going to give it a few more minutes for people to join. Thank you all for joining us. We will get started in just a few moments, just letting a few others trickle in. Thank you everyone for holding. We'll get started here in 2 minutes. We're going to get rolling at 9:10. Thank you everyone for being patient.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. This is Amir Khan speaking. I hope everybody can hear me. I'm assuming yes.
Yes, we can.
All right, good. All right, so thanks for joining the Winter Workshop 2021. Today is January 11th, and we're going to be, covering some interesting security topics that impact us on a day-to-day basis, and we're going to go do your best to attend on the topics that interest you, and we hope everybody's respectful of everyone in the meeting, and we are all professional here. Everything will go smoothly. I never had a problem, but just wanted to mention that. So I'm just going to go quickly through the agenda for today, and then we get started soon. The first presentation for today is be done by me. So basically, I'm going to be talking about security landscape as it exists today. Threats we are encountering in our community college environment, and also in general. So what is happening in the security industry, and what's happening as it relates to our community of education and community colleges. So, going into ransomware in depth, and look at some, practical applications and some recommendations that you may be able to implement, and some services that we offer, that you can take advantage of, that will benefit you greatly. The next presentation is going to be done by Omer. It's about social engineering attack. How the bad actors, take advantage of the environment and to steal PII or some other information. Some common tools and techniques and workflows that are used in social engineering. So it's important to understand how that works. That's one of the common ways, how compromises work these days. The next one is logging and monitoring of the network. The presenter is an expert in adversary tactics. He will show us how to configure the system and application to securely monitor the critical events in terms of security. and aggregate them and use them effectively to get an overview of what goes on in your environment. The next one is going to be done by Larry Suto, who's an expert in security, pen testing, security architecture. Very competent. He's going to go through group policy for enhanced Windows security. What are the main policy that you should put in place, and how can you manage and configure your OSs and application and settings. Overall, testing the effectiveness of the policies and attacks against weak group policy configurations. Last but not the least, Dan Rojas is part of Santa Monica College. He's going to be presenting overall, Microsoft threat protection, enterprise security services, the suite. He's and he's going to go into O365, ATP, Microsoft Defender, Azure security, and cloud, security. So, hang tight, and hopefully we'll get through this without any event. So, with further ado, I'm going to start my presentation on ransomware. Let me just share my screen. Give me a moment. I have some hiccups here. All right. There we go. Ransomware. So the topic of this my presentation is ransomware because it's the hot news currently in the industry. We are, somewhat impacted by it in some capacity, one capacity or another. So I just want to go over what's going on in the industry first, to see what's the what's going on in the security industry. So as we all know that we are currently living in a COVID-19 pandemic. So it has impacted us in various forms and various ways. If you're a first responder or in a banking industry, or you're you're oil and gas or education or government, we all have been impacted by it one way or another. So similarly, there's a concept of cyber pandemic, digital pandemic that we face currently due to the industry being changed, the landscape being changed. So it's really impacting us greatly. And looking back in 2020, why it was turning point for cybersecurity, there were some factors involved in it that made it very interesting year in terms of cyber attacks and increased ransomwares and malwares and different activities that the different type of threat actors took advantage of. So some motives are financially driven, some are they just want to harm the U.S. government. So the intent varies depending on the motive of the attack. So one of the reasons 2020 was a turning point, as internet usage increased throughout the course of the global pandemic. More and more people were working online. Cyber attacks against the government organization and infrastructure increased as well. So more people working online, the attackers finding more ways to impact work environment. More and more data is collected every day. Policies to protect the data is more and more urgent than ever. And the successful organization need to create a strong culture of cyber hygiene. So as the internet users or remote working becomes more and more prevalent, there's a need for more policies, configurations, and cyber hygienes required in the environment that we operate in. So, I just want to mention event that took place in 2020. This was maybe like almost 9 or 10 months ago. It's called the Cyber Polygon, and it became a unique event combining two tracks. Which basically talked about the world. It was basically an event where it was basically a world's largest cybersecurity exercise for corporate technical teams, an online conference featuring senior official of international organization and leading leaders of corporations. The central theme of this presentation of this event was digital pandemic, and that the digital pandemic and how to prevent crisis and to reinforce cybersecurity at all levels within the organization. Hence, cyber polygons aim to achieve few objectives, aim to develop as a result of this, the objective of this was to develop teams' competency in replying to cyber attacks, right? Engage the management of global organization and corporations in the cyber security dialogues to raise public awareness in cybersecurity. If you're aware of certain things and you took effective measures, you put yourself in a good shape. And participant of this cyber polygon, what they did was they took part in blue team exercises and worked on protecting their segment of infrastructure, and red team simulation attacks, where participants practiced containing a massive cyber attack in real time. Then the team had to investigate and identify the incident by applying traditional forensic as well threat hunting. So what was the conclusion of this cyber polygon event, which is a participant could assess their capabilities. Financial institution and other institution delivered, they come across the best prepared because they have effective security in place, mechanism in place, they have funds in place. So, and they also pointed out that if you have specialists in place, you are able to, investigate and defend better. So, security requires certain specialty and certain skill set, to address it effectively. The threat hunting approach was, found to be very effective, and more preparation. So better prepared you are in terms of, assessing your environment, patching your environment, taking effective measures on a day-to-day basis, prepared the organization effectively. So more facts, about 70% of the business leaders today are concerned about cybersecurity risks, according to some data out there. For chief auditors and corporate boards, data governance and cyber risk are now top concern due to the ever-changing landscape. So, just give you an idea why this is becoming more and more important and why we are in a shape that we are in today. So we did have some ransomware attack experience within a certain college. I just want to briefly talk about it. It was talked in detail in our ransomware webinar. This happened last year. Two different actors came from Romanian IPs. Files were encrypted 3 different ways from ransomware variant, Dharma variant of ransomware, and it included email, web, their emergency notification system and backups, and also, as well as individual computers. So this attack was pretty serious and is very overwhelming. So the organization basically called in the cybersecurity insurance, and they helped them to do the forensics for them, and their legal counsel was also included on this. Negotiation was done for the ransom, with the two threat actors. So the all older servers prior to 2012 were replaced. Servers are patched, and some restriction of firewalls were put in place. Our RDP strategy with VPN over RDP was applied. Some monitoring was in place, and we worked with them quite a bit to advise them and just go through those the pain points that were experienced as a result of this ransomware attack. So it's important to understand not everybody knows what a ransomware is. For the folks new in this webinar or just learning about this, it's important to mention what it is. Ransomware basically is a category of malware that encrypts data on a computer system or a system until a ransom is paid on to the attacker. So the objective is to plant some malicious files or something or program that can, lock things up in a simplified manner to, force people to pay you up, basically. The specific amount of payment is requested by the attacker or threat to decrypt their victim's files, generate Bitcoin. The decryption keys are provided to the victim to decrypt files. In many cases, the victims do not receive, decryption files after having paid the ransom to the threat actors. So, these are bad guys, so you can't really trust them that even if after you pay them, they will actually, give you the decryption key or be, responsible afterwards. So it's important not to be in that position and in that situation. So my view on this is be proactive about your security and take steps that you don't get to a ransomware stage. If you get to the ransom stage, it's too late, and the things you do afterwards, you're just basically, it's like a great escape. You're trying to rescue yourself from a very difficult situation that you are in now. Some stats on ransomware detection by industry. As you can see, government agencies are a big target. Maybe they want to steal intellectual property or secrets or espionage. Manufacturing, some trade secrets, healthcare. I used to work in the healthcare industry, and then, the main target over there was PII. And last year too, guys may have heard that, the attackers lock the PHI, which is the, health records or health of a patient. So if you don't have access to health records, you basically screwed, and you can perform surgeries, and people end up dying because the records were not available. It's pretty devastating. And financial banks, if somebody wants to really, steal money from your bank or create a financial rampage, they can easily do that. And critical infrastructure is very important. Again, if somebody wants to disrupt electricity supply, or power supply, or power, and we did create a mass power outage. You recently heard in the news a few days ago, a country was impacted by a complete power outage. So it seems like there might have been a cyber attack. They just basically, turned off the whole power for the entire country. It was pretty bad. So education is a little bit below, which we are in. That doesn't mean that we're safe, but it is just to tell you how prevalent this is today. Financial impacts, in 2020, average ransomware was paid up to $200,000. compared to 100,000 in 2019. So as you can see, there's these guys are getting smarter, clever, and the cost for recovery, the money they're collecting is almost doubles from last year. So that's this is a good industry to be in for those threat actors, bad guys. And they're not going to stop. And the best effective mechanism against them is to be prepared and be proactive about security versus waiting for something to happen. Another fact is ransomware is expected to attack a business every 11 seconds by the end of 2021. Which is quite scary. Like, for example, I was reading some news the other day that in Los Angeles, one person dies every 8 minutes from COVID-19. So this is even more, that's bad too. But this, I'm just saying that in terms of, comparing time-wise, computers, obviously work faster than that, and they can impact things much more quicker. So I just want to explain, in order to deal effectively, create, explain how ransomware works. So you are able to effectively deal with it if you have a complete understanding of how the flow works, how does it impact the organization. Often it originates from a phishing email, either has a malicious attachment to document or redirect end user to a malicious website. Whether the malware is installed into the user system without your knowledge. It basically happens through ways: manual propagation and automated propagation. So the phishing email is intended for ransomware attack. Attack usually contain some sort of a malicious macro, right? When the user opens this file, the malicious macro is enabled, and the macro then runs a script which downloads the malware's executable file. The file is installed on this computer of the victim, and it scans for the files in the system, and eventually it basically encrypts them. So that's how, basically, in a nutshell, how it works. And ransomware installed through a malware from a malicious website, in other words, is commonly referred as drive-by malware, right? So this is a little bit different. The infected site are, also another terminology for it is known as water holding. These are designed to attract as much traffic as possible. On a lower level, so as I mentioned, it has two ways of propagating through a system once it's installed. This requires the threat actor having access to the environment with administrative level privileges. Once this is achieved, they will perform the following. They will run file encryptor script on your system, these are commonly deployed using Windows batch file, or GPOs, Microsoft GPOs, or some sort of vulnerable software on the system. On the other hand, automated propagation is certification or Windows token extraction from your file system or RAM. So utilizing this Windows framework, for example, WMI or SMB. If people were not familiar with SMB, is a file communication to other server and messaging block, or PS exec, which is a way to connect with SMB to another machine to tie executable payload. So basically, they're using frameworks to get a foothold in the environment, and and most importantly, what they do is basically take advantage of unpatched vulnerability, leading to exploitation, such as Eternal Blue, can be patched with the update, as which is not if it's not patched by update, then they will exploit it. So if you look at the flow of a basic flow of ransomware, commonly experienced by users or victim, is malicious software is downloaded. Infection originates from a phishing email, as I mentioned, and malware is embedded on the compromised web page or compromised supply chain. Attack is armed. So what happens is, depending on the type of BIOS you have, malware replaces the file system and your master boot record, and UEFI firmware is bypassed, and more exploits are installed in the background. And as a result, infection spreads. Malware begins to scan for internal network, for other point of ingress. Basically what they're doing is they're looking for a footholding in your environment to steal credentials and create more and more vectors for to perform lateral movement on the network, across the network. So once the malware is deployed, final attack payload across the network. Payload will destroy the files from the network, leaving only encrypted files. An infected program that perpetually reactive payload. So it's a multi-pronged attack. So after successful, the files are on the systems, are encrypted with AES or other encryption mechanism, and victims are asked for the ransomware payment, usually in Bitcoin. And after the payment is made, encryption keys are being provided by the threat actor if they're somewhat, honest about what they do. So, so going into attack vectors, what are the attack vectors that you need to be aware of that is going on today? It also impacts us greatly. So small and medium-sized companies are becoming a common target for attack, utilizing RDP as the entry point, remote desktop, remote RDP point as an entry. Large organizations are more likely to be targets for phishing as opposed to RDP. So it varies in what industry we are in. According to some other data, RDP and VPN are skyrocketed since coronavirus onset. And currently RDP is 41% up before pandemic. And the usage of VPN is also up 33%. So as you can see, as people go online more and more for working and other purposes, this creates a lot more problems for the cybersecurity professionals and organization. Ransomware types based on their market share. So there is different type of ransomware that do different things. Sodi no Kibi, or Sodi no Kibi, I'll keep mispronouncing it always, has a 15% market share. Maze has 7.7, Phobos has 7.7 again, Netwalker, Dharma, Mamba, Snatch, Lockbit. So it doesn't mean that you have to only worry about these. You can be hit by something. It's not on this list. That's a different type of ransomware. So just to give you what is the market share by type. So if you look at how one of these type of the ransomware works, for example, Sodi no Kibi is basically was created by Grand Grab ransomware, authored by a creator of the Grand Grab ransomware, which was retired in 2019. The vectors for this is phishing email or website containing link to a zip file. And this file contains malicious JavaScript code. Then, what it does is basically initially access involves, web logic, which is Java application server vulnerability, which I believe a lot of colleges use in Banner. banner on web logic or SII system. It's a type of deserialization attack. Java code sent over the network and get serial in bit stream. Extra commands are allowed. So basically that's how it works. Script executable, exploit, verify if the patch was installed. If not, then it start doing its thing, and it elevate privilege via Windows ALPC. Basically, an attacker who has successfully exploited this vulnerability could run arbitrary code, in the security context of the local system, and an attacker then can run or can install programs, view, delete, change data, and create new accounts with use full rights to exploit this vulnerability. Basically what the attacker would first need to log onto the system, and the attacker could run specifically crafted application that can exploit vulnerability and take control over the affected system. So just basically trying to explain what this means. Signs of compromise. If Sodinokoibi is infected system, will have ransomware node appear on the desktop, opened, and desktop wallpaper change blue background, and they usually commonly target JPEG or p.psd, .gif, .max, different type. So you would see this type of note for a ransom note, basically which is saying that after victim opens this malicious zip file I mentioned, so the Nokibi runs in the background and changes the wallpaper to blue. Along with the opening and ransomware that we had notepad, the note explains the system will have been encrypted, and an instruction will be provided to unlock files. This involves going to a specified website and copying provided key. So this is what basically this is what the encrypted files looks like, with the note in the back. And this is a payment page. So basically this is the victim is provided once, if you're impacted, the link to this page in the ransomware note. They have to enter a generic key in the note to access the paywall. Once they perform the required step to make the payment, the encryption keys are made available. In some cases, they're not. So, in a nutshell, that's how it works. So another thing to note about these bad actors, the threat actors, these are not very nice people. They work with other bad guys, in other words. So Sorin could be sold as a ransomware as a service. So basically that means that these guys, what they do is they may have a malicious program, but they're looking for a place to plant this. So some other folks or a group of folks which probably have access to the network, they are looking for them to plant this on those networks they have access to. So they basically split some sort of if they collect, for example, $1 million, they say, okay, we'll split 30-70 or 40-60, whatever the mechanism. So they basically offer this as a service and to people who want to work with them. So it's in a marketplace, and dark web is where they operate, and other places, and that's how they get their game going. Another example of the ransomware type is Dharma. Basically, attack vectors are leaked or weak Windows AD credentials, and also look for OpenRDP protocol 3389, and also phishing emails, malicious file attachments. The sign of compromises, you will see .crysys, .therma, .wallet, or different type of .monroe, you may have to scan these to see if these type of file exist. Known hashes for this is basically, as you can see, you can copy this presentation, and material will be available to you guys later on. So the ransomware notes are, against readme.txt, how to decrypt your data, readme, restore your file encrypted. So these are the notes related to this. All right, so this Codeware does excellent research on ransomwares. So they went through different quarters to look at where the ransomware compromises are by percentage wise. As you can see, email phishing and RDP compromises are in the rise again due to the usage on people being online and remote working. Doppelpaymer, this is just kind of recent thing that I came across and I thought is worth mentioning. This is a name after Bitpaymer because of similar code. It appeared in June 2019. The attack vectors include downloadable temporary files, primarily found on cryptocurrency websites. So and it takes this CV 2019-19781 vulnerability as an exploit, scripting executable exploit, which verifies patches involved, elevated privileges using net logon remote protocol. If you haven't done that, please address that. The infected system will have a ransomware note just like all the other ones on the desktop and opened in the notepad. Common file paths for this are Windows J008.exe, those type of things. Ransomware note, again, they have similar type of notes, and they also encrypt files. They also have encrypted page on instructions and stuff like that. Those are the things that you need to be. So these are the things basically gives you an idea how these ransomware type works, what they are, and what is. So let's look into RDP and why is it more popular for attack as an attack vector. Remote desktop protocol, RDP, protocol developed by Microsoft in the 90s. It is part of the Windows NT, enable end user to access a computer from another location. If left open, the hacker can gain direct access to the remote server and offer scan for open port 3389. And we have seen people use this effectively. And so if you haven't done so, please, review this. How attackers breach an organization through RDP. So the way they do it, they will run some sort of port scan using Shodan and looking for open ports such as 3389, and then brute force RDP credentials. And then leak credentials can be purchased also on different websites. The use of phishing to gain access inside an organization is also another way. And once the attacker can brute force internal RFD access through the compromised device, they have a foothold and they can do whatever they want. What happens after an attacker gains access through RDP? So what they do is basically the attacker will use, an example, Mimikatz to harvest credentials such, username, passwords, and stuff like that. So within an administrative account, the threat actor will elevate its privilege within the domain. Once within the network, actor will attempt to map its topography. So once he's in there, he's going to try to figure out what to do and what to encrypt and stuff like that. So attack vector managed service providers. So if you you should consider security practices and reputation of the third-party managed service provider if you're using one. These threat actors often target MSPs within the objective of accessing the client network to propagate ransomware. attackers may create spoof emails accounts or use compromised accounts belonging to MSP in order to phish clients. So you just be very careful when you do this. What are the best practices for RDP and security from ransomware perspective? There's quite a few. So I'm just going to go one by one. So how can you protect yourself from these type of things? Do basic things that be, save lifesavers for you guys who are, is compromised or not compromised. Enforce a strong Windows AD password and administrative policy. That's just, you have to do that. This will make cracking obtained hashes for the password very difficult. If they can't crack your password, or they cannot get your password, everything becomes irrelevant for them, right? Will prevent direct access to campus resources should an attacker gain access to your network. So and the domain account and also the domain account should be restricted and should be used to administer low-level systems. So do not you just have some policies on how to use domain accounts. Password theft. Once the passwords are stolen and hashes are obtained, password cracking tool is used to check for pre-compiled list of password against available hashes of account, and then they can do dictionary attacks where pre-compiled list of words, phrases, and comment strings to match a password, or brute force it, the password. Every possible combination of a given set of characters up to a certain length, and rule attacks. Generate permutation against a given word list by modifying and trimming and extending, expanding, combining, skipping words. Right. So these are the techniques they can use. What's safe and what's not safe in terms of password length for 4 to 5, 6, 7, 8, or even up till I guess 11 or 212 is probably not a good idea to use those type of characters. We use 12, minimum 13 or more. I would say it would take about 39 years for them to crack that password if it's a strong complex password combination. So be very difficult. If it's 4 character or 5 character, they can do this within less than a second. So make sure the password length is lengthy and complex, so that way they cannot figure it out. Windows group policies is very important. Can be used to create security policies across your network. We have helped people do this, and as a matter of fact, Larry is going to also talk about this today. And he will tell you what's most effective policy that you can implement. And if you have any questions or concerns or comments about this, you can talk to us, send us a note, and we'll get back to you. And restrict RDP access through a campus network only. So if you access the campus to the Windows machine, should only be done within the campus network. Outside access should only be allowed through VPN connection to your campus network, and enforce monitoring or RDP systems. So you have to restrict access, you have to monitor access, and so do some restriction on your environment. 2 factors, very, very important. Make sure you implement 2-factor, whatever 2-factor you guys have. People use Duo, Google Authenticator. This should be configured when you're giving VPN access. And RD gateways can be configured to integrate with the campus instance of Duo and some other mechanism that you may have in place. Only provide Windows RDP access to user who require it. So all Windows AD administrator can log in via remote desktop by default. Default settings should be changed. Remote access for domain accounts should be limited to those only who who really require it as needed basis. If it is not necessary, a remote desktop for system administrators, you should remove all the domain level access through RDP and restrict it to user account only. If the system administrator require RDP access, please only allow connection via VPN and two-factor, as discussed previously. So these are some of the things you can do. Enable network level authentication. So you guys are professional. Most of you guys know about this. It requires network level authentication, requires end user to authenticate themselves before establishing a session with the server hosting RDP services. If RDP is required, then this should be enabled. So, so this is kind of very important to do. Prevent phishing. So you should educate and train your staff to identify phishing emails and avoid downloading attachments or clicking on hyperlinks if the source seems to be untrustworthy. So the rule of thumb there is, always keep in mind, does this does it email directly relate to what I'm doing, and be very suspicious to things that implies urgency regarding passwords or account. You have seen phishing emails that change password immediately, or your mailbox is out of space. There was a problem with your credit card information. We are migrating a new system or something like that. So be very, wary of that. So educate your user, make them aware of these type of things. Cyber hygiene tips for preventing ransomware attacks. If you prevent phishing, as I mentioned, will help you greatly. Disabling macros in the Microsoft Office document. There's another common way they do it. So that will be very helpful. Strong password policy via, requiring 2FA, two-factor, and VPN for login will help you quite a bit. Consistently monitor network traffic. If you don't monitor what's going on, somebody can be, operating in your environment, waiting for the right time. So you need to be able to, look into this effectively and monitor your Windows event. Back up your asset often. Patch your system as soon as possible, and implement these, best RDP practices as soon as possible. That will, help you quite a bit. So, phishing again. So if you, on the top left, if you see there's lock. So basically, usually a lock indicates, there's website has SSL cert. This one doesn't. So here, so basically what happens is that lock shows that the traffic is encrypted over HTTPS or TLS. So, when you educate user, let them know, please look at this thing. For example, this here shows that this website is verified by Google, and here there is no lock, so it does not apply identity information. And sometimes they have funny names in an attempt to confuse the user. Disable Microsoft Office macros, as I mentioned. Macros are commands that automate tasks related to Microsoft documents. So disable those, and these can be abused to perform exploit on your system. Unless your organization require macros and and cannot do every task without it. It's strongly recommended that for Office 365 admins to disable their organization-wide macros. Something happened here. Oh, there we go. Right. Sorry about that. I'm kind of lost where I was. Oh, there it was. All right. And for a strong password, 12 factors, as I mentioned, for, a strong password policy will make cracking obtained hashes very difficult. This will make access to Windows accounts more difficult for attackers. backup as of your critical assets should be performed often. It's recommended that you keep a copy of backup in the cloud, or on-premise backups can become infected as well during an attack. Consistently monitor your traffic. Oops, something's going wrong here. I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry. Okay. Monitor your traffic, monitor your Windows events. As mentioned, you can use the SIM tools such as Splunk to do a log correlation, and it's an available service for free for you, 20 gig traffic per day. Regularly patch software and systems, to the latest updates from vendor, usually for known security vulnerability. Scan your system. We have a Tenable scanner, which we provide another free service that you can use to detect vulnerability on the host and need to be patched. And you can use that effectively. If you not have applied, not used the service, please go to our site and sign up for that. So this is kind of very important. Develop comprehensive network diagram. This can be useful during incident response, enable responders to understand where efforts should be focused. So if you don't have a network diagram, you will not know where impacts are being made. So it's important to have an up-to-date comprehensive network diagram. Restrict PowerShell usage. So PowerShell is a tool for automating tasks and performing Windows AD administration. So you restrict usage of PowerShell on the Windows system via group policy. And this should only be available to system admins. Enable transcription and module and script block logging. So do these things as it relates to PowerShell. Network segmentation is very important. So if that's another way to protect your sensitive data. Physically and logically segment your various business IT resources within your organization. And this can help impact of intrusion in your environment. So if you're zoning them out, you're keeping your PII some protected zone, and your public internal zones is different. So if you have some sort of a strategy there, this can limit lateral movement on the part of malicious actors. So segmenting is an effective way of dealing with this. And as I mentioned, and with segmentation, you should also do proper analysis of your network and determine how distinguish malicious and legitimate activities are. Just get used to monitoring, and what is malicious traffic versus what's not. Secure domain controllers. Make sure your DCs are patched. Recommended to have latest version of Windows Server on domain controllers. Ensure that unnecessary patch softwares are installed. They can be vulnerable and can be used for arbitrary code execution. This is recommended by CISA. DC group policy settings. Kerberos defaults protocol is recommended for authentication. If Kerberos is not used, enable NTLM and to ensure the only NTLM version 2 responses are being sent across the network, and those type of things. So what LLTM. So LLMR lets you, if you're not familiar with that, there's another way. It lets you collect network hashes, and WPAT is some sort of outbound proxy misconfiguration that lets you steal credentials. So those are some of the things you need to keep in mind. What do you do if you are infected? So essentially, what you do is, it's not unusual for you to shut down infected system. The best action is to keep it turned on and isolated the system from the network. This is to dump RAM memory for analysis. There may be maybe a chance of reaching the cryptographic keys in the RAM memory, right? That's, although it's somewhat difficult to do, but is achievable. This also collects and protect evidence in ransomware encryption keys. Phishing testing. So we are also currently working on some sort of enhancing our service to, when we do pen tests, we can also do phishing services. I will phishing assessment for you guys, which I will talk about later on today in the towards the end. So common penetration testing findings that we have done so far. So we have done many pen tests of many colleges, and in, like, I would say 99% of the time we're able to penetrate into their into the environment and have domain admins and stuff like that. And the folks who did pen testing, we worked with them ongoing basis effectively, and this, I think, we believe that has helped many minimize a lot of those attacks in terms of breaches and leakages. So what are those common things that we encountered on those pen testing engagements? Critical unpatched systems, Windows servers, remote code execution, WebLogic server deserialization attack that I mentioned earlier, that that is able to, somebody is able to compromise that. Weak network security configuration, LLNMR, which is and WPAD, which I mentioned, was the outbound proxy misconfiguration that lets you steal credentials. So RDP unpatched, open to the internet is a big problem. Open file share with weak controls, Windows remote controllers, and weak passwords, and domain admins. Too many domain admins is into high risk. Used inappropriately, no logging, no stuff like that is a big problem. So if you have not signed up for the service, please do. We have an expert in our team, which all he does is pen test, and he's very, very good at it. And he has done it for all the colleges successfully, and he knows in and out of the environments and the complexities and the weaknesses in the environment. So when we write the recommendation, those are foolproof recommendations, keeping in mind what's going in the industry on day-to-day basis, and we enhance those as the threat landscape changes. So if we see new things, new approaches, or new techniques being applied by hackers, we implement that as part of our assessment. Along with that assessment, we also do CIS control assessments, and which basically looks at your security control environments, like you have logging monitoring in place, or do you have a process in place? Do you have a way of privileged access versus non-privileged access? Those type of security controls, like top 20 controls in place or not, and then we write some recommendation around that along with these type of pen testing. So we can do 2-3 things when you do pen tests. We can tell you how to effectively use Nessus, do CIS control assessments, which is ties to INIS 800 assessments, and also Nessus and some other things if you would like. So having said those are the things we can perform for you guys. We have many requests right now, so if sooner that you sign up, sooner we can get to you and make you secure for the future, hopefully. So as I mentioned, that you would reduce impact by security services, misconfiguration, enable. We use Tenable as an important tool to discover vulnerability, and we are going to also start soon some other additional things to train and educate users on how to effectively, be proactive about security. We're going to also create a, security lab where you guys can log in and, play around with some configuration and, try to see what are the impacts. So this is, I think I'm running out of time. If you have any questions, please send me a note or email. That'll be, because I just ran out of time. I don't want to take anybody's time anymore. Any questions or concern you have, please send me a note. I think I took too much time. I apologize. So having said that, I think we have 5-minute breaks. And once we are done with the break, we'll resume resume with the next presentation at 10:15. Sounds good, Mr. John?
Yes, we will reconvene at 10:15. Everybody take 5. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and these presentation material and with the link recording and everything will be available to the community in the next few days. That's good. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, give me a second. I have to, since I'm on Mac, I have to allow it to screen share. All right, good morning, everyone. So I was asked to do a presentation on social engineering, so I'm going to go ahead. So to begin with, we want to start off with a disclaimer. Social engineering can lead to malicious and generally illegal activity. So this presentation is for educational purposes and specifically to help with efforts that could lead to prevention or mitigation. Right, so in this presentation, I'm going to give an overview of the common methods of social engineering, the best prevention practices for each method, OSINT, which is open source intelligence gathering, and then a list of famous social engineers who've carried out big attacks. All right, so to give a definition of social engineering, I am going to quote Christopher Hadnagy, who has an excellent book on this topic. It's called Social Engineering, the Science of Human Hacking. So he defines social engineering as any act that influences a person to take an action that may or may not be in his or her best interest. So this is usually done to acquire confidential information that can lead to a financial incentive for the attacker. Examples of stolen information includes credit cards, banking information, social security numbers, email addresses, and user password combos. And if some of those user password combos can be leveraged in a network to gain access into an organization's critical assets. Oh, that was the other slide. Okay, so there'll be 4 types of social engineering techniques that we will discuss. I'll try to walk through the workflow of each one and provide recommendations to avoid becoming a victim of a particular tactic. So the first one is phishing. So this is something a lot of people are already familiar with. And this is where you deal with those pesky scam emails. The second one is vishing. This is where the social engineer sets up a fraudulent phone call to extract information. The third one is smishing. So this is essentially phishing, but targeted as a text message rather than emails. And finally, we have physical impersonation. This is where the social engineer takes on the role of a persona of another individual. Right. So phishing originated with the rise of internet usage during the mid-1990s, and it's really considered one of the oldest tricks in the hacker playbook, yet it's still proven to be effective to this day. So according to the most recent Verizon Data Breach and Investigations report, phishing lends itself to about 85% of attacks involving social engineering. So in phishing, the attacker basically impersonates a trusted entity organization, and then they trick the end user into opening a malicious link or attachment via email. The result of a successful phish depends on the scope of the target. So if it's a single individual targeted, the stolen information usually includes that individual's financial information, which can result in unauthorized purchases or their identity theft. So if the target is a government or corporate organization, the consequences of being phished become even more severe. So basically, if an employee in an organization does get phished, it could be utilized to install malicious software to a host computer and eventually get a foothold on the organization's network. So more often than not, this is a precursor to ransomware, and this is where critical assets are locked until a payment is made to an attacker, as Amir talked about in his previous discussion. So other severe consequences include financial loss, market share loss stemming from a decline in consumer trust, and confidence in the victim organization services declines, especially if information on end users are compromised. So there are three types of common phishing tactics I'm going to discuss here. The first one is deceptive phishing, second one is spear phishing, and the third one is whaling. So deceptive phishing is the most common type of phishing scam. So here the attacker will impersonate a legitimate company in an attempt to steal an individual's personal information or login credentials. So the email looks like it originated from a valid source, and it often implies a sense of urgent action needed. So in a deceptive phish, there are four sub-techniques that attacker could utilize. The first one is legitimate links. So the attacker can include legitimate URL links or the target organization's contact information to evade detections from spam filters. The second is modifying of company logos. So here, some spam filters can actually verify an organization's logo if it's been copied in an email phishing attempt. So this is accomplished by the verification of the appropriate HTML attributes for the copied image, if that image is a SVG. So to bypass this, the attacker will modify some part of the SVG code, and they'll make an almost unrecognizable change to the value, such as slightly changing the hex value of the logo's color. So third, the attacker will copy the landing or login page. And once they do this, they'll add their own malicious code where they can steal credentials from the appropriate user password text fields. Fourth, we have shortened URLs and redirects. So in order to prevent suspicion on part of the end user, the attacker can actually shorten the target URL. They can also redirect to the legitimate website of the target organization once the user has logged in. And what this will basically do is, add to the authenticity of the email and make it look less suspicious. All right, the next type of phishing we will discuss is spear phishing. So this type is more catered to targeting a specific individual. The email in this case is customized to include the target's name, company, position, work phone number, and information that helps the attacker trick the recipient into thinking the sender has some sort of connection with them. So as with deceptive phishing, the goal remains the same. The attacker wants the target to download a malicious attachment or click a malicious URL with the end goal of obtaining personal and valuable information. So social media and networking sites such as LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook are commonly used to gather information about the target individual in order to craft the phishing email. All right, next we have whaling. So whaling essentially utilizes the same methods as spear phishing, except in this case, the attacker wants to target a company executive or a higher up in the organization. So this is because executives, generally have administrative privileges over an organization's systems. The attacker has a better chance this way of infiltrating a network through installation of rootkits and malware on the organization's critical systems. And then the attacker can also compromise the organization's supply chain with this technique. And yeah, basically the end goal is to gain admin Windows 80, Linux, or AWS accounts, which usually have, access to critical information like PII. By protecting against phishing. So to avoid getting phished, you want to keep some general guidelines to follow, and you want to teach basic cyber hygiene principles to your employees. So first off, you always want to keep in mind, does the email directly relate to a matter that I'm involved in? Secondly, you want to be wary of emails that imply a sense of urgency, especially if they regard passwords or account information. So common catchphrases include, change your password immediately, your mailbox is out of space, there's a problem with your credit card information, or we have migrated to a new, let's say, service, and then, click here to the malicious URL. So over here, we have an email example of phishing from, this fake university setup. Basically, it's asking the user to reset their password, and it's going to take them to this URL here, which will be used to capture the credentials. So this is something that you should always be wary of. And if you receive an email like this, you should let the appropriate system admin know. And then here's an example of a fake phishing URL. So a legitimate URL probably has a .edu domain, since this is harder to register, but a phishing URL would try to manipulate this and use .edu renewal.com, but they still have an edu in there to try to trick users who aren't paying attention into clicking into it, since it still looks pretty similar. It still uses the same subdomain as the first one. And these are some web page checks you could do to see if a URL is legitimate. So one of these is, seeing if the URL has been manipulated, if it's spelled differently than what you expect from your organization. So here we have Amazon, it's spelled with 2 N's. So that's a giveaway that this is a phishing URL. Another thing is to check for that lock symbol, which tells us that the website has a SSL search. So that basically means all traffic is encrypted and it can't be sniffed. All right, so now we're going to talk about vishing. So as mentioned earlier, vishing is similar to phishing, except the attacker uses a phone call as a means to extract personal information instead of using an email. So this could also be achieved with a robocall as well, without the need for someone talking on the calling end. So we will go over the 3 of the more popular techniques used to establish trust with the target in a vishing scam. All right, so the first one is ID spoofing. This is basically where an attacker masks their phone number to make the call look like it originated from a valid phone number in the target's area code. Basically, what this does is give the target a false sense of security that the caller is legitimate. Second, we have corporate jargon. So after the attacker gathers intelligence on the spoofed organization that they want to mimic, they will continue to communicate to the target using vocabulary or terminology that belongs to the organization. A general example of this can be impersonating an in-house tech support by using technical terms and referencing things like service or networking issues. So the third one is, it's not as effective as the first two, and that's mumbling answers. So this is basically where the attacker mumbles responses to a question that they don't know the answer to, in hopes of giving something sufficient and advancing with the operator on the other end. All right, so common themes with phishing. So as with phishing emails, phishing calls often make an urgent request. So common themes of phishing phone calls include compromised bank or credit card accounts, a call from the IRS, investment offers, scams involving government services, including Medicare, Social Security, and also scams targeting students, including FAFSA student loans or scholarships and grants. So I actually have this video I want to show you where the attacker who uses phishing to get the journalist's credentials. So I think I have to unplug my mic here.
DEF CON is the biggest hacker convention of the year. It's a place where thousands of hackers come to hear talks to demonstrate their newest hacks. It's actually a place that's so dangerous to be on the internet that they tell you to turn off the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth on your phone. And they tell you not to use the ATMs too, because those could be hacked as well. This is the DEF CON ballroom. This is sort of the main room where things are happening. And it's pretty wild. I think this is car hacking village. This car's locked. Can you get me in? I'll unlock it for you. Should be good. Hacking is no longer like this fringe activity. And if you are at DEF CON, there's a good chance that you're here because you want to learn what could happen to you or your company.
Anyone here first time in the SCCTF? Holy crap.
I invited Chris to hack me with his team, but they're going to hack me using social engineering, which is essentially hacking without any code. They just use a phone and an internet connection.
We help people with human security issues by testing vulnerabilities for like a network test, but it's for the people network. We test those vulnerabilities, see where the holes are, and then help people learn so they can patch them.
Can we try some of this? Can we try some?
Yeah.
See if it works?
Yeah, we probably could have our star Visher here make some phone calls as
Let's do it.
Sure. Do you want to do a sample phishing call?
What's phishing?
Phishing is voice solicitation. And basically what you do is you use the phone to extract information or data points that can be used in a later attack.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Who are you going to call?
Maybe I'll call your cell phone provider
Okay.
and see if I can get them to give me your email address.
I bet they're good. I bet they have my back. But yeah, go for it.
I'm going to spoof from your number, so it's going to look like it's calling from you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Can you hear me okay? My baby, I'm sorry. my husband's like, we're about to apply for a loan and we just had a baby and he's like, get this done by today. So I'm so sorry. I can't call you back. I'm trying to log into our account for uses information and I can't remember what email address we used to log the account. The baby's crying and can you help me? Awesome.
In just 30 seconds,
gmail.com.
Jessica gets my personal email address.
Now, if I needed to add our older daughter on our account so she could call in and make changes, how would I need to go about doing that? You would have to send me a secure PIN through a text message? Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't think I'll be able to receive a text message if I'm on the phone. Shh. Oh, I'm not on there either? So I thought when we got married, he added me to the account. Okay, my
Jessica uses my girlfriend's name and a fake social security number
5127.
to set up her own personal access to my account.
Wait, I'm sorry. So there's no password on my account right now. Can I set that up?
She even gets the support person to change my
Thank you
password.
so much for your help today.
So she just basically blocked me out of my own account.
I'll get her fed after this. All right, thank you.
Holy shit. So they just gave you access to my entire cell phone
You're
account.
gonna have to go on and change your password now because it's Jess, my name.
And all it took was a crying baby and a phone call.
Yes.
I really thought that my cell phone company would protect me. I mean, like, this is the most basic stuff, and they're not doing it. And if they're not doing it, you know all these other businesses aren't doing it either. Anyone with a phone and an internet connection can do social engineering. But I was curious, what can a hacker with serious coding skills do?
Well, DEF CON is the world's biggest hacking convention. It's hacking everything, hacking social, hacking hardware, hacking software, hacking various systems.
I asked Dan Tentler, a well-known security researcher, to turn all of his firepower on me.
I did get into quite a number of things that I found.
So what were the first things you did? How did you start hacking me?
I quickly found your Squarespace blog and had an idea. Basically, what I did was created a bogus Squarespace site and sent an email to you, a fish asking you to go to this website, run this certificate installer.
And I did it because
Yeah.
I'm an idiot.
So once you ran that, it gave me access to your computer, and I created several fake pop-ups that looked like system pop-ups that would ask you for your credentials.
You didn't even have to have my passwords.
No, you gave them to me.
I gave them to you.
Yeah. So I stole your 1Password keychain.
And 1Password is where I store all my other passwords. So effectively
And
by
your social security number and your Amex stuff and all your stock trading and bank information. I can send email to everyone in this room as you. I am you right now if I wanted to be. If my evilness is working correctly, it should actually be taking pictures of your desktop and pictures through your webcam every 2 minutes. And I have been watching you for about 2 days now. In
Oh my
coffee
God.
shops, at your mom's house, on a plane. Here's you editing stuff. There's you like.
oh my God.
looking
So this
nervous.
is literally
every 2 minutes.
through my webcam.
Yeah, through this guy.
How badly could you have messed up my life?
I could have made you homeless. I could have made you homeless and penniless.
How?
Like-
How would you make me homeless?
Like I have control of your digital life in its entirety. I have all your credentials. I have all your access to all your financial information, all your work information, all your personal information. I can pay people with your bank account or your Amex account. I am you. I can fully impersonate. Like the only thing I couldn't doctor would be like your fingerprints.
This is like as bad as it gets.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's bad.
So it turns out that Dan Tentler is very good at his job. I mean, he hacked the hell out of me. He got everything. I mean, frankly, I want to take my computer and throw it into the deepest part of the ocean, and I want to become a hermit, and I want to never touch a piece of technology again, because holy shit, that was everything. That was the keys to my entire life, and he just pulled them out of his pocket.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, so basically this is a good example of showing how vishing and phishing can basically destroy one's life. And also, if you notice, the author of the book I mentioned in the first or second slide was featured in this video. All right, so how do you prevent getting vished? So to do this, employees of an organization should avoid taking calls from unknown phone numbers, and you should never ever give out personal information over the phone. And on a more individual level, you could register your phone number with the National Do Not Call Registry. So this is basically a free service, and what it does is it lets telemarketing companies know that you do not want their phone calls. So this should help prevent getting calls from scammers, or at the very least, reduce them. So a recent example of a phishing attack occurred in the middle of last September. So a healthcare system in Michigan was subject to this. The attackers here masqueraded as employees of one of the two healthcare systems there, Spectrum Health and Priority Health. So the members were asked to give out their medical information, their social security numbers, or their online logins. So as you can see from the headline here, a little over 26,000 patient records were leaked. All right, so the next social engineering tactic is smishing. So this makes use of malicious text messages to fool a target into clicking on a malicious link, again with as in phishing. And again, personal information is captured or malware is downloaded to the victim's device. So there are three primary techniques used by attacker when they're using smishing. So first one is download of a malicious app. So in this case, the attackers can send malicious links in a text message. And if the user opens it, a malicious app begins to install in the background. And those apps can basically deploy ransomware or enable nefarious actors to remotely control their devices even. Next, we have a link to data stealing forms. So in this scenario, the attacker could use the text message along with the deceptive phishing techniques to fool targets into clicking on the malicious link. That link then takes the target to a website designed to steal their personal information. Third, we have instruct the user to contact tech support. So with this tactic, it kind of combines phishing. Basically, the actor in this case sends out the text message to instruct the target to contact, a customer support. The scammer then impersonates as a legitimate customer service representative, and they attempt to trick the victim into handing over their personal data over the phone. So here we have an example smishing message from American Express. So this is just telling the victim here that there's some alert on the card. You have to take urgent action. You click this link and you'll be able to resolve the issue. So tips to prevent falling victim to a smishing attack. What we look for are signs that are similar as in a phishing attempt. So first off, on the message itself, we check for spelling and grammar mistakes. That's always a clear giveaway. Next, if you do receive a message, let's say from a financial institution, but you're not sure if this is a scam or not, what you want to do is visit the company's website itself to perform the required action as stuff in the message, instead of just clicking the link or providing information in the message itself. Third, we have verify the sender's telephone number with the one that's listed on the company's website. So if there's some sort of mismatch, you'll be able to tell right away that it's a smishing attempt. Next, as with the second option here, you do not want to open links from unknown senders. And then lastly, you want to be wary of messages that imply a sense of urgency. So this includes terms such as act fast, sign up now, or any offer to you that seems too good to be true. Okay, so an example of a recent smishing attack. Again, it took place in the September of last year, and this was actually a campaign. Here, messages were crafted to look like they originated from a mail delivery service such as USPS, FedEx, and UPS. So the subject was about shipment status, and this seemed to be effective, especially now that people are home more often and they're ordering things online. basically the link in the message would take the recipients to a landing page, and that page generally actually contains surveys or giveaways. And in some cases, they were asked for their email password combos. So again, this is bad because now they have access to your email address, and they could basically see what other services you use and reset the password for those and gain access to those as well. So going back to the prevention tips, in this case, you just check the shipping provider's website or just enter the tracking number on Google instead of opening links related to your shipment. All right, finally, we have physical impersonation. So this is the last social engineering tactic we will discuss. So as of now, this is not as relevant since a lot of people are working from home, but it's still worth touching upon since these do tend to be very successful. So for example, socialengineering.org, this is an organization that conducts social engineering based assessments on organizations. They did a study and they claimed, well, they looked at their past assessments and they claimed to have a 100% success rate in gaining access to an organization's important assets through physical impersonation. So generally the imposter takes on the identity of an employee from a trusted vendor, contractor, or another person of authority. They also usually take on the role of a delivery person or technical support engineer. So, one of the guys from their team actually, dresses up as a Postmates delivery guy. It's kind of interesting. So, preventing against physical access. Basically, your employees should be aware of, other workers belonging to vendors or contractors that your organization works with, and you do need to have proper ID controls in place as well. So that's sometimes that's something that's usually crafted at at an organizational level. All right, so now we're going to talk a little about information gathering. So a successful social engineering attack, requires gathering relevant information, on a target, whether that be, an organization or an individual. So, you might ask, how do they do this effectively? Well, they stick to a broad framework known as OSINT. This is short for Open Source Intelligence, and the CIA defines OSINT as gathering intelligence from publicly available information without the need to use special skills or tools. Although I will go over some tools that help you do this, but they're pretty easy to use. So going back to those LinkedIn and Facebook, Instagram examples, social media can actually be used, to leverage information for a spear phishing attack, and that's a perfect example of intelligence gathering. Right, so OSINT starts with manual reconnaissance of an organization or individual. So this involves searching and reading up on the potential targets. So sources of information can include news coverage, content on its website and YouTube channel, the organization's annual report, and financial filings. So basically, the goal is to find out also what services an organization utilize, that can help craft a more convincing social engineering attack, such as that phishing email or phishing or personal impersonation. All right, so here we have a list of 3 of the main OSINT tools utilized by attackers or organizations wanting to know what information is available publicly. So the first one simply involves Googling the company, searching through the employee directory. So Googling employee names and gradually digging deeper yields, a lot of mountain information on, the subject's social engineer would want to target. And also, search parameters can be refined to be used for Google dorking. So This is basically known as Google hacking, where those refined search fields are used to find, publicly hosted web servers that contain credentials actually to different services a company might be using. So these are usually development services, and their access, the credentials are usually accessed into some sort of development environment or another server. The second one we have here is whois. So this is a Linux command. Whois will let you know who owns a domain, and if a company is being targeted, the administrator for the company domain may be listed with their telephone number or number for the IT department. Lastly, we have Shodan. So Shodan is a network search engine, and what it basically does is index what services are listening on network ports and logs their banner. It can provide, for example, let's say a list of Cisco routers listening on a particular port on a company's public IP address range. So you do need a Shodan account to use this, but once you do, it's actually they have some good documentation and it's pretty straightforward to use. So this is just an example of a whois output I did for google.com. So basically it tells me, who's hosting the domain, some of the contact information, including the email. So over here, this is pretty generic. So it's actually not that useful in this case, but I just wanted to show an example of how the output looks. All right, so now I'm going to get into some famous social engineers who've carried out social engineering attacks, large-scale attacks. All right, so I think most people already know this one, Kevin Mitnick. He's probably the most well-known social engineer and the most notorious. His past attacks include breaching various Fortune 500 companies, as well as federal and state agencies. So he primarily utilized phishing and physical impersonation, knowing the vulnerabilities of everyday systems dating back to 1975, actually. So this includes simple things like punch card systems to telephones and intercoms. Another thing he did actually was ride the LA Metro bus network for free by hacking the payment systems. He was eventually charged with 18 counts of fraud and 8 cases of unauthorized entry. So, after spending time in jail, he became a social engineering consultant, teaching clients how to protect themselves against people like him. And he's also published 3 successful books, The Art of Deception, The Art of Invisibility, and The Art of Intrusion. And next we have Frank William Abbeck. So during the 1960s, and without the assistance of the internet or other digital devices, Frank Abagnale was able to make his mark as a social engineer. He portrayed himself as a variety of imposters and used techniques that instilled confidence and trust with his victims. So combining manipulating people psychologically with some of his forgery skills, he pulled off some of the most deceptive scams ever. Everything from impersonating a chief resident pediatrician at a hospital for almost a year to posing as an airline pilot to fly for free. So while Abagnale used his knowledge and expertise for purposes of deceit, he later served his time in jail and again became a security consultant helping the FBI thwart similar attempts that he used. So his life is also depicted in a Steven Spielberg film called Catch Me If You Can, and he is portrayed by Leonardo DiCaprio. Next, we have Charles Ponzi. So everybody knows about the Ponzi scheme. This was basically mail fraud with coupons where people sold them for stamps. What Ponzi did was send money to an agent working for him in other countries. They would buy the coupons and send them back home to the United States. So Ponzi would exchange the coupons for stamps worth more than he originally paid for them, and then he would go on and sell the stamps. And allegedly, in some cases, he made more than 400% of the sale. So eventually Ponzi was caught in the August of 1920 when the Boston Post newspaper actually started investigating his returns. This basically set off an audit of Ponzi's company, and he was charged with 86 counts of mail fraud, pleaded guilty, and spent 14 years in prison. Okay, so I was actually going to do a live demo of Evilgenics, but we do have some confidential information on there. We have the host name of another college we were using this on, so I don't want to actually use this for that reason. Basically, I'll just give a general overview. So basically, Evilgenics is a man-in-the-middle attack framework used for phishing credentials and session cookies of any website or web service. So, the common phishlets include Microsoft Outlook, Reddit, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter Mobile, Amazon, Citrix. So this is actually old. It also includes O365 now and Microsoft Office. So basically, what these are, these mimic the landing pages of these services, and they're used to listen in on the link the user clicks on, and it will basically capture the credentials. So it actually is a play on Nginx, so that's a HTTP server, and it utilizes a proxy pass and subfilter proxy to actually modify the HTTP content. And that's how it intercepts traffic between client and server. So basically, what the attacker will do is they will buy a they will buy a DNS name that looks similar to the target organization they want to attack. So let's say a school has college, or let's say they have signon.college.o365.edu. The attacker can manipulate this, and they could call it signon.college.o365 something, and then they could change the end domain name from .edu to, let's say, .co or .link. So once the malicious URL was generated, the attacker would send that out in a phishing email. And once the victim clicks on the link, the session could be, the talk on the session could be intercepted, and you actually see it out on the console. You could actually see, the user enter their credentials live. And once this is done, if the credentials are correct, it actually authenticates into the organization's O365 page. So it looks like nothing fishy is going on. Oh, sorry about that. I was trying to zoom in. It's hard to see. I'm trying to zoom in here, but it pretty much copies, an O365 login page, like exactly. So that's all I have. So thank you, and protect yourselves out there.
Thank you, Omar. Amir?
Oh yeah. So what time is the next presentation per schedule?
We have 11:15, so we have 15 minutes.
Oh, so let's take a 7 minutes break and regroup at 11:05. I think he has some extra things to go over, the next presenter.
All right, sounds good. Thank you guys, and we'll see you all back at 10:55, or I'm sorry, 11:05.
11:05.
11:05.
is ready to present. Farouk, are you online? John, can you make him the presenter?
Yeah, looking for him right now.
Okay, great. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'll go ahead and get started. Let me share my screen. Okay, so hello everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. My name is Farouk Ali, and I will be discussing logging and monitoring. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so what are logs? Logs are raw data that is produced by a system or application. Most of the devices and applications that we use on a daily basis are producing some form of log data that reveals information about activity, health, and functionality. They are a constant stream of time-stamped records and events that are generated by systems and applications. They may include different types of events, times, origins, and more, depending on the host. They can be used to identify problems, security breaches, debug, and provide details into system operations. They're vital to understand the health of a system, application, or network infrastructure and can aid in identifying security issues. And so here we have a quick example of some Splunk logs just to show you what logs can look like, but they aren't limited to just this. There's many forms that they can take, and we will be further showcasing a Splunk demo down the line. So with each application, service, and infrastructure that an organization has, and as it grows, logs can become harder to manage, making it difficult to find specific information. Not being able to access logs or different date formats are examples of issues that occur as different systems and applications dish out logs. So the more systems, devices, applications in an organization, the more logs that will be released. And that is where log aggregation comes into play. Simply put, log aggregation is the process of gathering logs from all sources and centralizing them for ease of use and analysis. So you don't have to keep looking for a certain log, saving you time. And when logs are aggregated, the time spent searching for information, figuring out which date format is correct, tracking down errors is reduced, and overall efficiency is improved. So there are four common ways that logs are aggregated, and many of these methods can be combined. First, we have syslog, which collects data through a standard logging protocol. The syslog server receives logs from multiple sources and then stores them in an easy to read format. Then we have event streaming, which collects log data from network devices or applications through SNMP, NetFlow, or IPFix. We have log collectors, which collects logs in real time through a third-party application or service. And finally, we have direct access, which collects logs directly from devices or systems on a network using API or network protocol integration. And so those are the various methods that logs are aggregated. And here we have a couple examples of syslogs. We have at the top Ubuntu right here and Mac underneath, and to the right we have Windows. So just giving you just examples of what logs can look like. And so in order to aggregate logs, we have to process them. And it may seem simple, but there's a lot of work that goes into converting raw logs into a standardized data source. And that's where processing comes in. Processing logs involves a number of steps. The first step is log parsing. It's where log formats are converted to structured data. Then we have log normalization and categorization, where attributes such as events, date, time are grouped together and any other common attributes are placed in the same category. We also have log enrichments where we can add helpful information to logs to make them more useful. For example, when geolocation is used to add location to a log that contains an IP address but not a physical location. And we have log indexing where we simply create an index of the logs, and finally log storage where they are stored. Moving on to log types. So first, we have endpoint logs, which are generated from endpoints. Different level of logs are produced from hardware, operating systems, middleware, databases, and applications, all which can be used to understand the status and activity of endpoint devices. And some examples of endpoint devices could be laptops, smartphones, things of that nature. Next up, we have router logs, which are logs generated from devices such as routers, switches, and load balancers. And right here, we have a quick example of logs from a Netgear router showing the various connections. The next log type is application event logs, which are simply logs generated by applications. And down below, we have a example of Windows Event Viewer showing a log of an application, and we will look deeper into Windows events by showcasing a demo soon on that. We have IoT logs, which are logs generated from devices connected to the Internet of Things. And these logs can be particularly difficult to capture just because many devices have no logging at all or just limit the ability to access these logs. And finally, we have proxy logs, which are maintained by networks to provide details on traffic. These contain user, application, and service requests. Of course, with the amount of log types, there will be log formats as well, and common ones include key value pair, CSV, JSON, and common event formats. Here are a few examples of log formats. We have CSV here, we have JSON, and common event formats shown. So now that we have talked about logs, what happens next? Well, we use these logs, we monitor them, and logs contain an abundance of information. That's where log monitoring comes into play. What is log monitoring? Well, it's when logs are scanned and searched. These searches include looking for important events or irregular behavior. Rules and alerts can be set to trigger. Uh, they can aid in identifying issues, attacks, or suspicious activity. Events and incidents are the most basic components of monitoring. An event is when something occurs on a network, for example, a report from an antivirus software would be considered an event. An incident is an attack, a broken rule, security violation, or unauthorized access. So traditional security would monitor only network traffic for vulnerabilities, but in modern times, endpoints such as smartphones and laptops have become the focus of security efforts. And the reason for this change is because they have become a major target for attackers. A phone or a laptop can be stolen or lost, and an attacker can use this to get into an organization's system. This is why endpoint monitoring has become so crucial, as attacks like this can basically go undetected. And some common types of endpoint logs to monitor would be iOS logs and crash reports, Linux event logs, Windows event logs, and Windows security logs. So iOS logs are not enabled by default, with the exception being application crash reports. As iOS 10 was introduced, Apple offered a logging API that allowed only predetermined applications to send out events, and these logs are still difficult to access, which influence third parties to create programs to collect and aggregate them. Linux logs involve recording a timeline of events, which occur on the operating system and its applications. What events are logged? Well, system events, kernels, package managers, boot processes, and other common services. Windows operating system provides events logs, which showcase its own system and application software and hardware events. And these can be viewed through Windows Event Viewer. Uh, the Windows event log infrastructure contains events specified by the user using the system's audit policy. And the types of events that get logged are application installation, security management, startup programs, errors, system processes, system events. So lots of different uh, processes, lots of different things do get logged. And now that we have talked about these endpoint logs and Windows event logs, we can showcase a little demo of how we can view and even edit Windows policies. And these are fairly easy to do and can be done by anyone with a Windows operating system. And so let's go ahead and get started. So what we will do is edit audit policies, see how we can view logs, and just show you the different ways we can adjust what gets logged. So I'll go ahead and play this, and I'm just going to be talking over it. Okay, so the first thing we'll do is go ahead and edit some audit policies. And one way that we can do that is go to command prompt and we can run as administrator. And so what we'll do is type in auditpol /get /category semicolon asterisk. And once we type all that in and press enter, you will see that it will bring up the audit policies. And from there, we can see all the different audit policies in place, and we can edit them if we'd like. And so you can see on the left side, we have all the audit policies. We have the main category system, the subcategories, security system extension, system integrity. And on the right, on the setting over here, you can see that we have no auditing for some, success and failure for some. So there's different settings placed for each, right? And so let's say we have a log on here, which is only auditing when the logon fails. But what if we wanted to enable when it's also successful? And we can easily do that by scrolling down and typing in audit poll /sets subcategory, and then for example, we're doing log on, right? So we're going to type in log on in quotes, and then we're going to enable it like so. And so this is just one way, again, just one way to edit the audit policies. I will be showing you guys more. But as you can see, you type this in audit poll /set /subcategory log on success enable. And once you type all that in, you hit enter, and it says the command was successfully executed. And so it went through, it's good, but just to make sure, we're gonna check it again. We're gonna type in the initial command, and we can scroll on to login, and now you can see that it says success and failure. Now we have both the success, whenever the login is successful, it's being audited, and the failure. And we can go up again, scroll up again, and we can see it was only failure, just to confirm that it wasn't already on. And so that, again, that is just one way to view or edit the audit policy in Windows. And now what we will do is go to Windows Event Viewer, just so we can see the logs that are appearing here. And so we'll go ahead and open that by searching it up and start, and we can go to Windows logs, and you can see there's application, security, setup, system, forwarded events, all these different logs that are being generated. And even in applications and service logs, there's hardware, Internet Explorer. So there's quite a lot of things that are being logged. But we can go to Windows logs, security, and they're being filtered by ID, so 5156, all this. But let's say we wanted to look for a specific one, maybe 4624, which means that an account was successfully logged on, just what we were doing before. And so what we can do is on the right side, we can hit filter current log and type in 4624, and we can hit enter. And now every time that a logon was successful, we can view it. And if we wanted to, we can go ahead and double click it to get more details. So this is one way, Windows Event Viewer, where we can see all these different logs that Windows generates. And now that we know how to do that, how to view the logs, I can show you another way that we can edit some policies. So we'll go to run and we'll type in secpol.msc and we'll hit OK, and we will see that local security policy shows up. And again, this is another way to edit the policies. We can go to local policies, audit policy. We will double click that, and then you can see audit account logon event shows up. As you saw earlier, we had turned it the success and failure on, and maybe if we wanted to, we can disable the success over here. So again, just another way to edit the policies in Windows. So and there's one more method that we will get into, which is the local group policy. And so what we can do here is go to run again, and we will type in gpedit.msc to get into the local group policy editor. And as you can see, that opens up. And I know they all look the same, and they almost do the same things, but so from here, from the local group policy editor, I'll just expand it just so you guys can see better. We can go to security settings. We can go to the advanced audit policy configuration. We'll double click that, and it wants us to expand it from the arrow on the left, and then we'll click on the system audit policies. And again, maybe we'll focus on account logon. You see the audit credential validation, audit Kerberos authentication service. So there's a bunch more over here, right? We have account management, we have detailed access, we have log on, log off, we have privilege use, right? We have all these different things that we can change what is being audited. So let's say over here we go ahead and decide to change the audit credential validation. We can simply configure the following events, and maybe we want only failure, and we'll click on that, and we'll hit OK, and there you go. Now it simple as that. It is configured, and you can go to log on, log off, and like we did earlier, we turned it on, and we can again do the same thing over here. So just showing you the different ways that you can edit the policies, edit what gets logged, edit what gets audited, right? And now you also know how to view the logs over Windows Event Viewer. And so that was just a short demo of how you can edit the policies and how you can view the logs as well. And so, just because we're on the same topic, we will get into Sysmon, a brief dive into Sysmon. And what Sysmon is, basically a Windows system service, a device driver or kernel driver that monitors and logs system activity. It is a sensor. It is going to log activity and events. It does it in a bit more detail than the regular. Uh, when it's not enabled, it gets into more detail uh, versus the regular logging. Some features it has is that you get a full command line for both current and parent processes. So that can be useful if you're looking into processes and you have a process ID or a parent process ID that you want to find. If you didn't have Sysmon, you'd have to find it yourself. But with Sysmon, it gives it to you in the same record. So and it has a process GUID, a globally unique identifier, and that can be helpful. For example, maybe we are looking for Chrome.exe, but we want a specific instance of Chrome. So instead of just looking for Chrome.exe, um, which is going to be a lot of processes with that name, we can use the GUID, again, the globally unique identifier, as a unique key to find the one that we want. And the same goes for like logon sessions. It can be used to tie a number of events together. Um, you also get hashing, so process image files, DLLs that are loaded, processes that are started, loading of drivers as well. And that's awfully important, the drivers, because the device drivers, the kernel drivers are very powerful in terms of what they have access to and what they can do to the system. So anything that goes into kernel space has access to all user space memory across like all processes, which makes it attractive to attackers. So logging what is loaded by the kernel, it's very important for that reason. And a couple other techniques are raw read access to disk. We log network connections, changes to files, creation times, and such. And how Sysmon allows you to do that is with a config file that has rules that can be combined. For example, if it's this and this, then log it or exclude it. And there's group rules as well. There's inclusions, exclusions, and so it can be as detailed as you want when it comes to collecting events. And again, this gets written to the Windows event log, so it works very well with that. And this is just an overview of Sysmon, of what it can do. It's fairly simple to turn on. Uh, I would say it's extremely easy to turn on, and anyone can do it. And the best part is that it's free. It all it does is essentially provides you more detail with the logging that you already have, and so that is what Sysmon is about. And over here we have in the Windows Event Viewer an example of what some events may look like. Like it's showing the registry modifications, um, the process access, so seeing what processes open other processes. Maybe you have some malware, you can see, okay, this malware is accessing, this process. And so, Sysmon it can be very useful in those terms. And so from here, we can move on to security analysis or log analysis with SIM. So security information and event management, or a SIM solution, is a system that aggregates and monitors logs. Sorry about that. We can analyze data and form relationships which aid in finding anomalies, security gaps, and incidents. So the SIM's focus is identifying events that have security significance and send notifications for those events. Um, they can provide dashboards and visualizations for an analyst to threat hunt. And traditional SIMs would use two techniques to generate alerts from log data, which are correlation rules and vulnerabilities and risk assessment. The correlation rules specified an order of events that pointed to an anomaly representing an attack or incident. Vulnerabilities and risk assessment involve scanning networks for known vulnerabilities. These traditional techniques draw many false positives and are not efficient in detecting new event types, although they're still good. Um, Obviously, as time progresses, so do the technology of how attackers get into a system. And so modern SIMs utilize machine learning to look at patterns and establish baselines, identify suspicious and anomalous activities. And these techniques take the lead over the traditional ones as they can detect newer event types and threats. Now, one sim that uses these modern techniques is Splunk, and we can showcase a demo on how Splunk can be used. And I like to point out that this is a pretty basic demo of some of the things that we can do with Splunk. This is just using sample data that Splunk has provided. And I would love to show you how we can search for an attack, search for something malicious. But we don't want to expose any sensitive data, and so we really just have to stick with just some basic data that we have. But I think I can explain how you can dive deeper into it if you really wanted to, but I'll go ahead and get started on this. And so you're in the Splunk platform. You go to search and reporting, and maybe we'll look for some errors, right? Some issues, general errors. So we'll type in error right there, and for the time, I'll do all time. You never want to do this, but just for the sake of this demo, just because we don't have a lot of data, it's just sample data again. And as you can see, you get a bunch of events. So from here, you can see you have fields where you have the day, hour, you have the day, the minutes, the month. You can see whenever these things occur. So let's say we typed in fail and nothing showed up. So no problem. We'll type in error or fail with an asterisk. And all the asterisk does is, like, from fail, it says look for fail, look for failure, look for failed, everything along those lines. And so now we have a bunch of data that whatever error shows up, failure, failed shows up, right? And again, we have all those fields with, like, the hour, the day, the minute. So whenever something occurred, we have the time and everything. And as you can see, we have failed and such, all that. And so maybe we wanted to look for something suspicious, like a failed password or something. So we'll type in fail, asterisk, and password, right? So we'll type that in and we'll see what comes up. And so once we do that, all the results come up, and I can already see over here that in the ports, I'm gonna pause this for a second. In the ports, you can see that there's 44, 11, 8,000, 22, 22, 63. But I see a lot of 22. So look, 22, 22, 22, 22, 22, right? And so I'm like, okay, this is kind of suspicious. Why are there so many failed passwords for port 22? So maybe I want to look for that, right? So I'll go ahead and search for port 22. So let's forward that a little bit. So I'll type in 22, but once you do that, everything with 22 comes up. So you don't want to do that. You don't want to just type in 22. You have to be a little bit more specific, and we don't want this, right? So we'll type in port 22, and you will see that the same result comes up, where anything with port and 22. So we don't want that. We want just port 22. So we'll go ahead, and the way to fix that is to put those in quotes. And there you go. Now we can actually look at the information that we want. And then from here, if we did have the actual, like, real data, and we could go deeper into it, see, okay, maybe is this like an attack, or is this just a normal error, right? So there's different things we could do with that. But let's say we have a website where we are selling products, and so we'll type in action equals purchase, and this will show every time that someone tried to purchase something on our website. And as you can see, there's the product ID which shows the top products that were bought, and this can easily apply to security, where the top issues that are occurring, security issues that are occurring, and it would be a different field, right? But we can also look at for example, this one, the status. The status 200 means that it was successful, that it was bought without any error. Anything above 200 means that it was it did not go through properly. And as you can see, that when I clicked no on selected, that the status disappeared. When I click yes, it appears. So there's different things that you can do, different ways you can mess around with it. But let's say that we want to see, okay, why did these fail? So we'll type in status exclamation, which means does not equal 200. And so this will bring up everything, all the attempted purchases. And so we'll click on status again, and as you can see, 200 is gone because it's only showing everything that failed. And so now if we wanted to, we can, look at why did these events fail? Did they all occur maybe in a certain time period? Did they all occur together? Is it a malicious event, or is it just an error with our website or something, right? And so now we'll go to status equals 200, and we're basically going to everything that was successful. So we'll click on product ID, and we'll click on top values to see all the top purchased products. And again, we could do the same thing with a security issue. Again, we can't. I know we can't do that right now, but just showing you a example of the things we can do. And as you can see, we have the top product, which is WCSHG04, and easily this could be like a security thing. We could do the same thing over there too, but we just can't. But and that's pretty much the overview of Splunk. Again, I wish that I could show you a bit more of a security perspective, but we just don't have that type of data. And right now, all I'm doing is just renaming, just making the table look prettier over here. Um, but yeah, we don't want to expose any data, and but if we wanted to, we could easily dive deeper into the possible security issues because of the tools that is provided by this sim by Splunk, and almost every sim can provide it. But that brings us to our next slide, which is the funnel of fidelity. And so the concept of the funnel of fidelity, it stems from in a ideal environment, in a perfect world, having the ability to review every single event that comes in to determine if it is a concern or a security threat. But that's just not possible, right? We don't have the resources, the manpower, or enough time to do all that. And that is why when we collect, which is the first stage of this, that's why when we collect, we need to narrow down to specific events. And you can see it starts off from collection, right? And it goes into detection, triage, investigation, remediation. And so let's go ahead and explore this a little bit deeper. So the first step of the tunnel being collection comes from different sources, applications, system. Um, this is essentially where all these logs are coming from, right? These events that are generated should give us a overall look, a bird's eye view, if you will, over the entire infrastructure. And with that amount of visibility comes lots of data. So we want to be collecting high quality data so that we can make decisions efficiently and quickly. We want to be able to use our data. We don't want to be we don't want too much data where we don't know what to do with it. We don't know what to look for, and that's why data quality is so important. And the way that data quality is measured is by the accuracy, the completeness, consistency, timeliness, validity for its overall value. And because sometimes data is inaccurate or it's not standardized, so finding data across different data sets, it can become a challenge, and we need to be able to understand the data coming in, and that's why data quality is so important. So the biggest thing when we talk about data collection, which is the first stage of threat hunting, which we will also get into as well, but it's the first thing that feeds the rest of the functions in the funnel of fidelity, as we say. So as we build around this, we want to make sure that we gather data with a purpose. Otherwise, if you're just gathering and logging everything you possibly can, we have all this data in the sim, but it just makes it difficult to find the actual things we want to look for. There's definitely things that can help us when collecting with a purpose, as you step back and say, okay, um, what data do we actually need? We want to think about what we want to find in our data, and this could be as simple as like extractions of the fields. Um, there may be some fields that are just not necessary for our detections, and you saw the fields in the Splunk demo, right? So there's fields that we need possibly for our detections or our purpose based on what we identify and some of our techniques. And so you want to avoid adding unnecessary noise with extraneous data. So good questions come up are like, uh, what data are we collecting? What event IDs? What do these fields mean? Those are all good questions that we should ask before actually collecting data. So there are two ways to get data from one source into a SIM, and um, it's referred to as push or pull. Push is agent based, and so that's where some software or an agent is installed on an endpoint that collects based on the configuration, the types of data that we want, and it forwards that data to a specified destination. Uh, there's pros and cons to that. Some pros are you can get a little more of a constant monitoring of the data, and so that monitors what data is shipped off and what's coming in new, and you get a little bit more of a current result. You get a more broad collection of events, so you can catch um, all the events occurring on the host. But there's cons as well, like a good agent based sensor, it can be expensive. They cost quite a lot. They also require installation, so depending on what is running on endpoints across the infrastructure, this can um, cause issues when deploying. And the other one is agentless or pull, where you can query a host and pull back specific data or broad sets of data based on your request. And a good thing about it is that it doesn't have to be permanently installed. So it's lightweight, which is convenient. Um, it does require a remote connection to be enabled, and some level of privileged account is needed to collect data, but it can be easily tuned to a single target or wide range of targets. Cons can include on a larger scale, and it can be hard to tweak, and when the environment changes, scripts need to be changed as well. So um, those are the cons, and also it's not a constant monetary event. So right, those are the pro and con to both of these methods. But once we get the collection down, we can focus on detection. And so detection is it's about using the data that has been centralized. Um, this can be as simple as Windows Defender detecting a malware when you download something off the internet, or maybe a rule is set in the firewall and it's blocked. It's focused on detecting anomalous, malicious behaviors instead of just the tools. And what I mean by that, what I mean by the behaviors instead of just the tools is that, for example, we have a SolarWinds.exe. So instead of only detecting the malware inside SolarWinds.exe, we focus on, okay, what is this SolarWinds.exe accessing? What processes is it accessing? Or even the other way around. What processes are accessing SolarWinds.exe, or connecting to it. So we don't just detect the tool, like just the program SolarWinds.exe. We focus on the behaviors as well. It's just a better way to do it. And so that is what this phase is about. And after this phase, we can move on to the triage phase. So in this phase, in the triage phase, we are answering the question, is this data that we have collected, detected, is it benign? Is it suspicious or malicious? Is it something considered normal? Is it expected in our environment, or is it anomalous? Do we need to dig deeper and find out if it's malicious? We want to be able to prioritize suspicious events and then contrast against a set of criteria. And so we can use additional data sources in this phase, whether they be internal or external. It may not just be from what we have already, but it can be based on collection events and the detection that was built. Are there other areas to gather additional context surrounding those events considered anomalous? So from there, we have several conclusions that we can arrive at, and this can, vary depending on how we collect these results based on metrics. But the main conclusions we can have are benign, which are events known to be good, and these good events, we can use them to adjust or fine tune our detection. Um, we can take a look at suspicious events that are not known to be um, they're known to neither be good nor bad, but for our environments, they would be considered anomalous and would typically be handed down the chain for investigation for further clarification. And then, of course, malicious events, which are known to be bad, and we need to get that to a response phase and get them remediated immediately. And so the variances between these could depend on whether they're classified as true positive or false positive. For example, the detection was doing what it was meant to, but the events were authorized. We may think that anything that is an alert is a malicious event, but suspicious events, well, you don't always know. You don't always know whether they're good or bad from the initial point, which can be frustrating. It's not always clear whether an event is good or bad when it's first detected. So but overall, the goal is to come close to one of these three conclusions. And so from this phase, we can move on to the investigation phase, which essentially becomes the live response phase. Um, we want to figure out, how did this event get created? What happened when this was created, uh, which calls for like additional gathering of data which we may not have centralized for us, or things harder to collect at scale, like memory off the host or the involved endpoints. Maybe we're doing analysis of the malware. Maybe we need to enable network connections and have additional context provided around the network behavior. Maybe we need to do a deeper file system collection and analysis. So it's just additional things that we need to do, right? And sometimes this can feed into the forensics aspect as part of our response. Depending on the procedures, maybe a disk image needs to be collected. So whatever needs to be done, needs to be it needs to align with the investigation and incidents response. But the end goal is to, find out what happened, and what were the chain of events, um, outside of what we already know from the detection and triage phase, and then come to a final determination that this is an actual security incident that requires further response. And so that is what the investigation phase is about. And then we have remediation. So this phase is mostly for what activity is confirmed malicious and it happened. Need to know what happened, like the full scope of what's going on so we can actually clean up, remediate, or even stop the incidents if it already wasn't prevented before this phase. Um, this can include categorization of incidents. Some can include different levels of scope or incidents classification, determining impact of what occurred. Then, of course, we have the actions to eradicate the malicious entity from the network, right? So all these depend on the processes and procedures for an organization, right? It can be different for each, but all these different functions they feed into each other. This can also provide a post incidents breakdown, a reflection of what occurred and what can be done to improve in the future, not just focusing on the detection aspect but also prevention. Are there other areas from the single alert that tripped and all the correlated events that we learned about from the triage, the investigation, and the um, remediation phase? Are there any prevention methods that we can implement that will not allow this to happen again? And right, determining if what we need additional, if we want to be alerted to the new prevention mechanism. So if it's blocked, do we still want to be alerted that this activity occurred or attempted, things like that, right? Is there any improvement to our response time? Did the alert fire in a timely fashion? Did we escalate it in a timely fashion? And if not, how do we improve that, right? And get into the hands of investigation much quicker. So all of that comes into play in this phase. And from here, we can move into threat hunting, and more so a introduction to threat hunting. And you might ask, what does this have to do with logging and monitoring? But as we monitor, we do have to do threat hunting. So, for example, in the Splunk demo, we looked for failed passwords, and if we wanted to, we could have gone deeper and looked for why those occurred. It's very possible that some failed passwords could have been someone trying to hack or into an account. So it could have been a threat. And even as we checked the purchases that people made, there were lots of errors of you saw the 200s. There were lots of 200s that meant successful, but there was a lot of uh, ones that were above 200, which meant that it wasn't successful. And so we could have looked deeper into, okay, is this only happening because there's a website error or there's some host error, or is there like an attack, things like that, right? And I would have loved to show you, but we don't have that type of data. We just have a sample Splunk data. But all I'm trying to say is that threat hunting is a part of monitoring, and that's why we will discuss it here. So some of the concepts of threat hunting that are good to keep in mind as we do some of our detection process is we think of this as actively searching for malicious activity in the environment that has evaded an already active defense that we have in place, whether that's prevention or something else. So we have to keep in mind that we assume breach mentality here. We can't go looking for something that we don't think it's there. That's why we want to assume that someone has already gotten in our network and that we will find them. The focus of this threat hunting would be to um, post exploitation mentality as well as prevention, detecting the initial attack. Of course, we don't want to forget that. So that's like firewalls, antivirus, IVS, IPS. But again, we want to assume that the attacker has already gotten access in some form and evaded our initial um, access to some extent, and our goal is to stop the attacker before their main objective is achieved, not just like at their code execution. And so we assume that someone's in and we have to find them and find them and stop them fast. Okay, so when we look at traditional security versus threat hunting from a physical security standpoint, um, you can view traditional security or perimeter perimeter controls that are typically focused on as the guard on the front desk. You know, there's cameras set up around the property or areas of high concern, and the security guard can, you know, he can view them from the camera control room and have certain locations of the premise on screen, but most of the time they mostly are stagnant imagery. Sometimes they can pan left and right. They're reliant on a set of controls that are deployed. um, they can't really see anything outside of what is given to them on the screen, where threat hunting is like a roving security guard, security guard that is walking around the perimeter. They're able to um, they're basically proactively searching for anomalous activity. So they're looking for things that are weird or out of place. And they're also, don't just think about going and looking for activity, but also identifying gaps, right? Current detections and controls, even. So the focus is to identify weak areas in the detection or defense, because that can allow us to document our weaknesses and improve. So we want to add prevention and detection over those gaps to cover our bases and weaknesses. And when it comes to threat hunting, there's a couple of questions that we ask. So how do I start, or where do we begin? What techniques do you start with? Can you adopt one or more hunt campaigns that will assist you with multiple techniques? Um, and or can you hunt for multiple techniques and alert on them on just one detection? So one technique we have is data driven, and this technique we can hunt only with the data that we have. The question that comes into play is, what data do we have available to us? The next question is, are there any methods to be able to correlate or automate some type of notification in those different data sets? So once we have all of that understood, we can start working with our data. And an example of that would be identifying Windows activity in our environment. Maybe use MITRE attack to identify the attack techniques. And that way we have a roadmap of how we can build off of. This is a good way to say that this is what I have available, and this is what the attacks this data gives me visibility to. Intel driven is threat hunting based on information gathered through something like a threat intelligence channel, whether that's internal or external data. It can be difficult to parse through information externally. For example, if you're going through Intel reports, you have to see where the techniques are if they aren't labeled. It's not in every report, so you would have to figure out what techniques are actually applying here. That way, we aren't just focusing on, oh, this hash was dropped, oh, this binary was dropped on this hash. We aren't focusing on that part of the report, more on the behavior of how the attacker did their actions. An example, threat intelligence identified attackers are targeting a certain organization like SolarWinds. So threat hunters focus their campaign around techniques they know these attackers like to use. So just working with the intel, the information that you have. And then we have entity driven, which is I know, it's almost lunchtime. I'm almost done, so just bear with me. We have entity-driven campaigns, which focus on high risk or high value entities. They're like mapping out crown jewels of your environment. Um, so understanding where the critical systems are, where the intellectual property resides, what are the critical components of the infrastructure, right? So just finding out what is important to us, what are the high value assets. We might even need to work with multiple departments outside the security department to find out what are the crown jewels for an organization, right? So it gives you a way to focus on what the organization cares about and can increase your priority for the next hunt. But also keep in mind that the organization could bring you something high value to the business, but thinking about it in a threat aspect, then we have to understand that this is what the attackers would target. So knowing what is important to us, knowing what is the crown jewel, is definitely beneficial to us. And this is the last one, guys. So almost done. And this is the TTP driven, which is tactic, technique, and procedure driven. It's a bit more of a general threat hunt campaign. And instead of looking for specific attacks, we are looking for general attacks that are operating in a same or similar behavioral fashion. Um, right. This requires us to know how the threat operates and uses different techniques and procedures for that particular threat. And so instead of searching critical systems for anomalous activity, we can search across larger data sets across many different systems for evidence of that specific procedure that we may have identified. So maybe we're hunting for credential access. Maybe we have to single that down into specifically credential dumping. Um, so I'm looking across our environment for um, credential dumping via PowerShell and doing some form of credential dumping, and those details would have to be ironed out before doing that search, but you could start there, right? And keep tuning it down. Um, Maybe the hunt team decides to focus on persistence, but look specifically looking at the modification of the registry of a service in the registry, right? But most likely we will probably end up using a combination of the many techniques that the threat hunt types, and so typically there's like playbooks of some kind or uh, such to improve how we search and what we search for and the overall hunting like plan. But that's about it, guys. I know that took a long time. That's it for my presentation. I hope it was valuable and you learned something. Thank you so much for your time. I will let you guys go. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this deep adversarial tactic dive. I guess we went over a little bit, a few minutes. So I think we're going to take a lunch till 12:35, and we have about 30 minutes, and let's regroup in 30 minutes. So we have next presenter as Mr. Larry Suto, who's an expert in cybersecurity, security architecture. So please make sure you join this, his talk. He has a lot of. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. My son was talking in the back. All right. Thank you. So let's regroup at 12:35. Thanks. Hey, Larry. All right. So you're on. It's your show at this point.
Okay, sure.
You want to share your screen and stuff?
Yeah, okay. Okay. What this thing is, get rid of this thing. All right. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right, so I'm gonna give a talk about group policy. This group policy is kind of becoming more and more important because it's kind of at the core of your Windows defenses. It pretty much is the whole infrastructure that provides all the access control and security related capability within a Windows domain environment. We're going to talk a little bit about what it is, how it's structured, how it's abused, how to defend it, and how to audit it. So I'll get started. What is group policy? At the heart of group policy is basically a GPO, a group policy object. And if anybody has any questions, feel free to go ahead and ask them. This presentation is kind of a background, so there's not always a lot of detail in every little area, but we're building sort of a presentation lab environment, and we're going to have some virtual labs available focused on security related group policy tasks. So this is a little bit of an overview, and it'll give you, I think, a good flavor of what's happening with group policy in your environment. And you can significantly, by increasing your knowledge about how group policy is configured, auditing your infrastructure, you can close a lot of holes in your environment. So group policy basically is a virtual collection of policy settings. A group policy object has a unique name. It's called a GUID, which is just a kind of like a unique identifier, and then they're all stored at the domain level. So what's inside of a GPO? There's group policy settings, and then the GPOs generally represent two types of things. One, policy settings that are on the file system, and those are called group policy templates. And then basically information about domain level security settings, and those are called group policy containers. GPO settings are evaluated by clients using the hierarchical nature of Active Directory. So those are structured in Active Directory as sort of a hierarchical setting where they're connected, and some policies depend on each other. And then basically it's using that LDAP container X500 structure. And group policy objects are generally applied to users and computers, so they don't really have anything to do with security groups directly. Security groups are just there as sort of an enforcement mechanism that contain users and computers, but GPOs actually apply only to users and computers. All right, next. So this is a little bit about what's inside of a GPO. There's file system path information. This basically tells the policy object where the policies are. So you've got stuff in where are the policies for this group policy object in the file system path, and then where are the policies at the directory level, the container level of the computer. So this is the computer level set of group policies, both the template and the container. Then we have the other portion of the group policy, which can be available in the group policy, is the file level stuff. So you can have a user's file system path information on the node of where the policies are for this particular GPO, and then as well the same as at the directory level. So that's kind of how you should kind of put your head around it, and what group policies are and how they're structured. They're always stored as files on a domain controller, and then each domain controller has this sysvol directory, and inside the sysvol directory there's another sysvol directory, and then there's a domain, whatever domain names are in that particular domain controller under there's a folder for that for each domain, and then the policies for that domain are there. So these are the actual file name, the references to the files and the groups of files that implement your entire group policy for your domain, and each domain controller has these. And each folder is represented by the GUID, for the particular policy object, like we talked about. There's a application called Group Policy Management Console, and users and groups basically can use that to, if they have permission, to modify, create, and do all kinds of GPO operations. So what are default GPOs? So every time you create an Active Directory domain, there's two GPOs created as well. There's a default domain policy and a group called default domain controllers. They're structured the same as as we described earlier, and are in the same location. They're in that policies directory. They have unique GUIDs, and inside the default domain policy, as well as the default domain controllers, there's a set of files that implement the group policy. And then there you go, we just said that. And then, as an example, one of the things you can do with the GPO policy is even control the Windows desktop background computers. You can move files around. We'll get a little bit into that in a little bit later. But basically, anything you can imagine you can do on a Windows system, you can do with the group policy. So there we go. The default domain controllers policy is in every Active Directory domain. They all have the same name. Some of these default GPOs all have the same name. So that's another thing to consider, to make sure that this is locked down, because attackers will know where these group policies are, and they'll know what the ID is. They can find them. If they have access, they can modify them. And once a group policy is changed, it can pretty much do anything a group policy can do, including like change a registry, change user rights, add users. I mean, it's pretty much anything goes. Group policies have an additional parameter called the object GUID, which is actually globally unique. So they've got the GUID and the object GUID as the two main ways of identifying them. And then we said that before, the policy files for any given GPO reside in the domain sysfile at the group policies GPC file syspath. And then that GPO object that we saw will have all this information inside of it. So where this particular group policy object can find all the references to any policy data that it needs. Now, the interesting thing is, and this is something to consider for security implications, a user does not need full control privileges on the GPO to modify it and add policies to it. Just as long as you can modify the object. There's actually a lot of policy objects out there that we've seen that are modifiable by certain less than administrator privileged users, which could be actually used to compromise higher privileged users on the system. And we'll get into a little bit of how that can be done. And probably the best way, there's a couple of ways to start auditing your GPOs. Probably if you're like more of a hands-on kind of a person, probably the easiest way to do it is with the tool called PowerView. And that's available at that link. And there's it's all PowerShell related, and there's some commandlets in there that let you run queries against the GPO infrastructure, and you can get some good enumeration of what's going on. For example, if you want to know what a certain group policy and you want to know what objects it's applied to, you can search the GPO GUID and the GP link, which we'll get into what that is, of any OU object. So you can decide if there's a container in your Active Directory and you want to know what particular group policies are applied to that and what people who have access to that policy can do to you. This is a great way to do that. And there's a little bit of a mistype there, but we'll be okay. So yeah, so the get net GPO command, again, with the computer name argument, can get you all the GPOs for a particular node in your Windows infrastructure. So if you want to know, there's that lab computer out there, or there's that computer in the art department that you don't know if it's being secured properly, you can actually run using getNet GPO. You can dump all the group policies for that particular system, and then you can figure out what's going on. There's a sample command of how to run get netgpo. And like I said, we're going to have a lab in our new lab infrastructure that will have some lab on this particular thing. So it's going to be like a training lab environment. And I don't know if Amir, did you tell him about that?
I'm just going to discuss this in the end.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, so I just brought up because so yeah, so this is to give people a flavor of like this kind of a next big thing in distributed Windows security. That's not totally cloud-based. So yeah, just a little bit about a summary of PowerView. These are just some of the things you can do. You can get the domain GPOs. You can get domain GPO locals. You can get basically, which machines is a particular user group is a member of, and then what type of GPOs do they have access to, and then just there's similar. The next one's similar. They get domain GPO computer local group mapping, and that's for the computers. It takes a computer object and determines what user groups. So basically one is so if you want to enumerate the users, and one if you want to enumerate the computers to see what type of GPO and user access they have. The other one is get domain policy, and that'll return the group domain policy or the domain control policy for the current domain. Those are those default things. So you get a flavor of what your basic distributed group policy is, and you can adjust it as necessary. If anybody doesn't know, this is the core of GPOs is OUs, and those are where you basically group stuff, and like users, groups, and computers, and then you attach the group policies to those to enforce things. And then these OUs can be nested, and you can have different GPOs linking to different OUs, and then there's certain inheritance properties that are available depending on where the GPO is attached. And so we'll talk about that as well. Yeah, so it can be very complex, and it could be difficult to navigate. So that's why a lot of people are not really knowledgeable of what their OU tree structure looks like. And this is a worthy way to really get a baseline of what your actual security posture looks like at the Windows domain level. And now so how do GPOs get attached to OUs? They're using a GP link, and actually you can attach them to at the domain level, the site level, or the OU level, and then the GPOs that link to an OU will apply to the child objects of that OU as well. Default domain GPO is linked by default to the domain object, and then the default domain controls policy is linked by default to the domain controller's OU. And these GP links can be enforcing or non-enforcing, and that has some interesting implications that we'll discuss as well. So these GP links are stored on the objects the GPO is linked to on an attribute called GP link. So OUs have these things called GP links, and then the GP links list which GPOs are linked to this particular OU. And then there's just a little bit of a format. Now, when you enumerate the GPOs, you can get the GP link information. So what about GP links and enforcement? GP links can be enforced or not. OUs can block inheritance or not. Those are the key things. If a GP link is enforced, the associated GPO will apply to the linked OUs and all child objects, regardless of whether any OU in that tree blocks inheritance. Now, there's some diagrams coming up that'll show you this, but basically what it is when the GPO is linked to an OU, if that link is enforced, it'll force that policy into that OU and any child objects to that OU, regardless if the GPO, the OU implements something called blocking inheritance, which means this particular GPO OU does not want the policy from the linked GPO. So if it's blocking inheritance, the only time it can block inheritance if the GP link is not enforced, which is the next bullet. If a GP link is not enforced, the associated GPO will apply to the linked OU and all child objects unless any OU within that tree blocks inheritance. So if the OU is blocking inheritance and the GPO link is not enforced, then that OU will not get that GPO policy, and neither will its child objects. So that's the basics of GPO, how GPOs are enforced on the directory structure. So this is kind of how it looks like from a logical standpoint. So you got the GPO, in this case, which is the default domain policy. You got the GP link, which is set to enforced false. Then this OU, which is a domain called conta-so local, is blocking inheritance as false, which means it's not blocking it. So this particular GPO is going to, if you look at each one of these OUs, it's block inheritance false, false, false. So that means since this GPO is not enforced, it's going to just be it'll flow all the way down to Alice object because there's nothing blocking inheritance. Now this can get a little bit more complex. So we have two GPOs here. One is enforced and one is not enforced. So if you notice, these first two GPOs are not blocking inheritance, so both of them will flow down to that one, as well as help desk and Alice user because nothing's blocking inheritance. Now, in the case of OU accounting, it's block inheritance true. So basically, if you go to the left, then you'll see that the GPO default domain policy is not enforced. So you go flow down, since it's blocking inheritance true here, that won't be applied to OU accounting or any of its child objects. The GPO custom password policy is enforced. You can see that by that GP link. So that's going to flow down to every single object because it's enforced, and this blocking inheritance true on OU accounting can't stop it. Okay, so that's about GP link. And so now a little bit more detail on how these things actually work, and how they actually implement the policies. There's these things called group policy extensions, GPEs, client-side extensions, and there's also administrative tool extensions, which plug into the GPMC tool itself so you can edit the policy. So basically, in order to edit a group policy, you have to have a CSC for editing that policy. So there's a bunch of plugins to group policy. They're called CSCs, and CSCs let you create and modify certain types of policies. And each particular plugin knows how to enforce stuff on the node. So that's it's a little bit complicated, but that's the gist of it. And all these extensions have their unique GUIDs, which you need to know if you want to modify these particular policies. So each GPO is listed in Active Directory as a group policy container class, and it's in that particular container. Each of these objects has attributes detailing information about the GPO itself. So think of it as the main GPO, which is basically a type of group policy container class object. And then inside that group policy container class object, which is the GPO, you've got attributes of that GPO. And these attributes have names, and the attribute that specifies which client-side extensions are required by the policy. So these extensions have to be listed in this attribute, GPC machine extension name attribute, so in order for you to be able to enforce certain types of GPO capabilities for that GPO. So kind of a little mouthful. And if I'm saying something that doesn't make sense, yeah, please feel free to interrupt me and ask questions. There's a tool called ADSI Edit, which lets you look in detail at the group policy containers in AD. and this is these are the GUIDs, and for a particular GPO, and then inside this GPO are those other attributes, which actually there's a whole bunch of attributes. The one we're more interested in is the CSE attribute, which lists which CSEs this particular group policy is allowed to use. And then you can see a little bit of more graphical. This is using ADSI edit. And we're actually, for this particular GPO up here, where CN is, we're looking at inside of its attributes, and we're looking at the GP machine extension name attribute. And then these attributes, they're all in curly, these GUIDs all in curly brackets are the actual CSEs for this particular GPO. Now, these CSEs are all defined by Microsoft. Microsoft has a site online where you can look up all the possible GSEs, so you know what they do. And there's quite a bit of functionality with these CSEs, which is very useful to hackers. This is just to show you the complexity here. This is a little bit about this is actual architecture of group policy and how it works inside your whole entire domain. This is basically all its communication paths, types of extensions. I mean, you could do something. It can manipulate firewalls. It can manipulate network traffic filtering. I mean, pretty much you name it. With group policy, you can do whatever you want on that system, if the node is joined to the domain. All right, here's some additional GPO settings that can be added. And this is more of it's like a double-edged reference, because one, it's sometimes good people, organizations set up GPOs really well will implement some of this stuff. So attackers may encounter these extra features when trying to subvert the GPOs. And then as a defender, you might want to think about using this stuff if you want to really. The nice thing about GPOs is you can selectively lock down resources with certain very specific types of policies, rather than just segmenting everything. You can actually use GPOs to do some extra security around a particular sensitive asset or something like that. I think it's not leveraged enough because of the kind of complexity in GPO. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to enlighten everybody a bit about this tool that's there that can make your life a lot easier. I know there was a presentation earlier on auditing, and the nice thing about it is all those audit event things that were discussed. These GPOs can be audited as well, and then tampering with them can be audited. So that could fit nicely into your sort of architecture there. So this is a logical thing. So what WMI is just another system. Windows Managed Instrumentation lets you create interact with a node and do certain basically sysadmin level operations on it. Now, if you ask certain questions to the system, WMI might return true or false, and then you can basically, if there's no AV on this system, do an AV. So you can set up a set of WMI queries that are security focused, and if depending on whether they're true or false, a GPO can trigger. Yeah. So that's kind of what this is. There's this guy called Darren Mar-Elliott at Microsoft who really, is like knows everything about GPOs that you can ever imagine. And if you're interested, looking at his site was very, it provides a lot of information. Here's security filtering. Secure filtering allows administrators to further limit which principles a GPO will apply to. Basically, administrators can limit the GPO to apply to specific computers, users. Yeah, so this is more granularity on where GPOs apply to. It's more of that, almost like I would call it like enforcement segmentation of your network. Instead of like everybody thinks about the network level segmentation, this is actually policy enforcement segmentation. So by default, every GPO applies to authenticated users principle, but you don't have to have that. You can change that with security filtering. And then there's a really nice article there at that link on how to do security filtering. So group policy link order, another thing here, where you can set, like, you can have a set of GPOs that apply depending on which one is first in sequence. So you can have 2 password policies, one that requires users to change password every 30 days, and one requires users to change their password every 60 days. So in the case where you're having some contention and having this uniform password policy, you can use group policy link order to actually have custom password change policies. Like you can have for like students, you can have a more lenient password change policy than, let's say, people have more access. So which is, I don't see this being done very much, and I think it's actually very useful. So yeah, so that's basically it. It's like order of precedence for group policy application. Now I've talked about this tool before. If probably some people are aware of it, it's kind of like it's an analytics tool for AD security. And what you could do with this tool is you can collect all your group policy information, and you can actually visualize it graphically, and then also run queries on it. And this is what it looks like. So it'll actually enumerate your group policies. And so this way, for people that aren't so command line oriented, you can get a visual of, like, what your group policy inheritance scheme looks like for particular group policies. And then you can see these 2 group policies are linked to that domain, and then these OUs are basically, right, these OUs are inside of each other. So there's like a container hierarchy there. And then, the GP links that are not enforced is the custom password policy. Yeah, that's enforced because it's solid, and the default domain policy is not enforced. So not enforced will go all the way down unless there's a block on it, and the custom password policy is enforced, so it will go down regardless if any of these containers block it, which we discussed earlier. Again, here's a very particular example of the custom password policy. These are it's linked to the domain, and these are all objects that are linked to that domain. There's all these users, and then there's another group there, the Contoso users, and then those contain other additional OUs. And so since this GP link is enforcing, it'll apply to this whole entire tree. And these are the kinds of things you can see in Bloodhound. Here's the default domain policy. As you notice that this is not enforcing. So basically, in this case, if any of these objects are blocking the group policy, this one will not apply. So you'll actually see all this stuff in the Active Directory, and you'll be able to see if certain policies can be modified or subverted. And then here we have an actual attack graph. So this is basically talking about what can happen, like here. And if you notice that this user Bob user is a member of this accounting users group, which is actually can edit the custom password policy. So they have basic access to modify this custom password policy, which is applied to Contoso.local. So this guy can actually because these are all child objects, and let's say we want to take over Alice admin here at local. This guy Bob user, since he's a member of all these other OUs that are above this, and this Contoso local policy is not enforcing, you can actually this Bob user, that this GP link is enforcing. So regardless if everything's blocked, this particular Bob user could create a group policy push it down into any of these administrators, any of these OUs, and they can completely change Alice admin's group policy and add stuff to it, add permissions to it, have it download files. I mean, basically anything a GPO can do because of this way this is configured. They could get this policy to execute in and do stuff to Alice admin at contasso.local. So this is the kind of stuff you can see, and you can start sort of like understanding of where your weaknesses are. Because remember, wherever these objects have access, if they have write access to these group policies, you could change things and do some really nasty things. And then this is quickly, we'll go through this. These are GPO abuse cases. So basically, these are the different types of things that these are policies that already exist inside Windows. And then if a user in your domain through some configuration you set up has access to modify this policy, these are all things that can be done. So this one is alter file type associations, register DD actions, add a new local admin account. For that one, it's called the local users and groups. GPO, the folder options GPO, the schedule attacks, basically deploy schedule attacks. That's another thing that could be done. That particular Bob user could have pushed the schedule attacks task down to the OU and then have basically a schedule task run as Alice admin. Very easily done with group policy. And then this is more. There's the services. You can create and configure new evil services. The files one, you can download a file from the domain controller. You can update existing INI files. You can actually modify local audit settings. So you can actually do disable auditing, change auditing. So at the level of the container that you pushed the group policy update to. So this is a way people can disable, if you're doing auditing and monitoring and you have some weaknesses in your group policy design and permissions, you can people can like modify real time your actual audit policy, and then you lose visibility as well. Yeah. So here's more. Another one for files. You can copy a file from a remote path, basically anywhere on the internet, on the network. You can alter directory access controls on registry keys. You can grant yourself an extremely hard to find backdoor, so you can add a backdoor via registry entry using these things called DACLs, using group policy, and then user right assignments. You can grant a user the right to log on by RDP, grant a user SE debug privilege so they can run like password harvesting tools, grant a user the right to load device drivers for rootkits, all kinds of stuff that can be done just with a simple update access on any group policy that runs as can run as under a privileged container. So how just to give you a kind of a basic idea, how are these attacks constructed from, let's say an attacker comes in and finds the ability to modify a GPO. So they can use the GPO management console and use the GPMC GUI to modify the GPO. They can actually create a policy they want to add to the GPO, and then they have to modify what's called a GPT INI file to get that GPO to trigger. And then they add the necessary extension pairs for the CSCs they want to add, like managing firewall. So basically, if your GPO doesn't have the capability to do certain types of activities that the hacker wants, they just add those CSC extension pairs to GPU machine extension names, and then they can do whatever they want if they have the modify access. And there's a tool which we mentioned before called PowerView, which has everything that's needed. It's open source to do this. So the steps of accomplishing this: you add the correct files to the GPO folders if they're not already there. So this is you're adding the functionality to the GPOs. I think that's the structures. The next one, you increment the version number in the GPT INI, and then you update the GPC machine extension names attribute like that we discussed before. You're updating the GPO folder. This is what it looks like. You're in policies, each GUID that has this structure, and then for policies, and then inside the preferences, there's files, and these are inside these files, or files called files.xml, and you just basically update this files.xml and you add the functionality that you desire. And this is what it looks like. It's just an XML file, and then you basically yeah, so this is basically the UID here. That's the CSC for basically copying a file. And you just create this file XML, or if there's already one in there, you can just basically create an XML file like this, copy it into that GPO folder, and then set the INI file, and then group policy automatically will execute that UID for you as soon as the next update iteration. I mean, it looks for the change in the INI file, and if there's a change, like an increment, then it executes anything in files.xml. So yeah, incrementing GPO version in the root GPO GUID folder. There's the GPT INI that we discussed. It's in that sysvol, which we discussed earlier. There's a version property in that INI, and you just increment this file by 1, and then automatically any files.xml in that GPO will be executed, and then whatever CSEs are in there will automatically execute. Then you have to update the extension pairs in the basically in the GPO object itself. You can get Power View to retrieve the GPO objects you want to modify, and then you basically go ahead and modify it. Yeah, and if you're doing this yourself, you want to copy the existing extension pair values. If something happens, you can actually hackers can actually execute these GPOs, and then they can like copy back the old extension pairs, and it'll look like nothing ever happened if you're not auditing it. Yeah, so right. So when you're updating extension pairs, you go into the GUID folder, you prepend the correct CSE extension pairs as you're extending the CSE for that particular GUID and GPC extension names. There's a set ADO object commandlet that does that, where you can update the GPC extension names, add the CSEs, and execute the new policy that you want. And then yeah, as we said, this is just the hacker kind of checklist. You set the ADO object to add your nefarious GPO updates, and then you can review it. You can change it, so you can interact with the GPOs. All the GPOs you have the whatever identity that you subverted has access to. And then just do a little bit. We're just going to do a little bit while we still have a little bit of time. We're going to go over some auditing. How do you detect these changes? So if you could just, at minimum, detect changes to your group policy objects, you can actually detect some of this activity. So enable auditing. I'm just going to go through this real quick. Slides, you can use the slides for reference to recreate this. But basically, you use GPE edit, and you create a new group policy objects. You basically set it up as audit policies, DS access, and then you go ahead and audit directory services changes, click define, choose success. So basically you're adding a GPO for auditing. Then you take that GPO for auditing you just created, and you attach it to whatever the GPOs you want audited. Basically, yeah. So you attach it to the OUs you want audited, and then you basically you link it, and then you force a group policy update, and then all that new linked audit GPO will be enabled. Here's another thing you want to do to enable it. You want to in ADSI edit follow this particular permission set, and this is basically giving the group policy object the permissions to audit these group policy object changes. So yeah, so this is a little recipe for setting up auditing on group policy objects. And then this will go into the Windows security log, and then or I think the event log, sorry. And then you can use some of the techniques for collecting the logs and other types of visibilities where you can aggregate this data. But then now you'll have the ability to watch group policy object changes and additions in your environment. So if people are like altering permissions that, you know, under the radar, this will help ferret that out. And then, yeah, then you can, once you set this up, you just go to Event Viewer, search for event ID 5136, and then you can see the actual enablement of the mod. And wow, this basically it'll tell you that this directory service object was modified. So, and then you can see what was modified here. Here's a group policy container modification. This is what it looks like. All right, so defense measures, in addition to just basic auditing, right? So best policies to ensure you routinely audit permissions associated with your GPOs. Nested groups can make this difficult. You can, as we discussed before, you can enable the GPO setting, audit directory, service changes, and computer configuration, policies, Windows settings, security settings, advanced audit. Okay, so this is the basic, just enable audit directory service changes here. And then, you know, the more details of it, of how to do it, are in my previous discussion. And then there it is, event 5136, which will also tell you when GPO policies are modified, including that GPC machine extension name, where the CSCs are added, which is what attackers will do to modify existing high privilege group policies and get them to do bad stuff. Right. Then, you know, as based when you do the audit, you can map out rarely used extension pairs that can result in local code execution of the host. So, you know, stuff like, stuff that adds services, adds MSI installers, things that can execute code. You might want to see what GPOs you have in your environment that can do that. There's some good analysis utilities at this link. This gives you the ability to look at, your GPOs related to your registry. There's actually utilities. There's more than this. This is just some utilities that could look pretty useful if you have any WMI filters, or once you add WMI filters, if you want to see they're actually working. Then there's also the group policy health report, which kind of gives you a group policy sort of health check across your entire domain. And then these are the references I have. A lot of the content was pulled from these references, and there's a lot more detail in here as well. And then yeah, so that's it for this presentation. And if you have any questions, I'm also gonna spend a few minutes covering the playbook for SolarWinds, but I'm gonna first take some questions about this presentation. And like I said, we're gonna have a lab on this, a lab training on this, so where you can actually, all this stuff you saw in here, we can actually directly play with it.
So John, if you can enable voice, because our chat function is not working. So if anybody has a question, they can talk briefly.
Everyone should now be able to unmute themselves.
Anybody doing, maybe I could ask a question, anybody doing any of this stuff? Anybody have any feedback on any GPO level, security level activity performed, what they liked about it, what they didn't like about it?
This is Danny from Coast. I was going to say, Larry, I love hearing your talk. You're always fun to listen to. I wanted to say that there's also one thing I made in the past was a PowerShell that read the XML of the files so that I could identify the names and permissions and let it iterate through my net login area to make sure my scripts folder actually, to make sure that we did have the correct permissions. I haven't ran it lately, but it was another thing I did do in the past.
Yeah, and have you had a chance? Okay, that's good. Did you do Power View, the Power View GPO level utilities with that script or no?
No, we haven't done any of that framework stuff yet, but I was actually thinking about it after I heard you say it in the middle. I was like, that's a good idea to
Yeah,
go
I
through.
mean, you can literally look at all the CSCs a particular group policy can execute, right? So CSC is basically the actually group policy functionality that particular GPO can implement. So basically what it can do on the system.
Yeah, and if also, as you said, once you're starting to do your hunts, if you're using the frameworks that hackers typically use for their COTS solution to attack you, you'll be able to see the errors and know when, basically
Right.
map them one-to-one, and you'll
Right.
know what
And
to look for when you're attacking
90% of
yourself.
the people attacking you right now will use Power View to get your enumerate your GPOs and remember, all you need is domain access. You don't even need high-level permissions to audit somebody's GPOs. So any user, even any user as a member of the domain, can audit all your GPOs. And if they have modify access, update access on any of those GPOs, they can basically update the policy on it, and they can add functionality, and it will run as under the permissions that that particular container has. So it's definitely worth looking into.
The other note I was going to add on that also is, as I play with a protected users group and other things, because of restricted delegation or constricted delegation, the folders on the domain controllers are almost always accessible. You can't really block them, and there's really no protection. They're even usually allowed for NTLM in some cases. So that's a very sought after area. That's why this talk's so important, is because it's really hard to protect. There's too many things that ADs allow that you can block on servers that you cannot block on the domain controller itself.
Good point. Yeah. So in that section on GPO auditing, that'd be a place to enable auditing on, at least at minimum. Yeah. Yeah. So that's great feedback. And all this stuff you just described. Maybe offline we can discuss adding it to this training we're going to put together. And you can, and these things that you're thinking about looking into, we can actually make happen and give people a chance to assimilate the knowledge.
Okay, Larry, if you want to talk about for a few minutes.
All right. Okay. I'm going to stop sharing for a moment while I get the data.
Okay.
All right, so here we go. All right, so basically, we did a little research, and then we found this blog post, which is probably the best blog post on SolarWinds that's available publicly. It's basically gives you a recipe on how to handle things like SolarWinds, the SolarWinds Sunburst breach. Just to give you a quick overview. And then I guess Amir, maybe you can make this link available to everybody so they could go. It's fairly detailed, so I'm not gonna be able to go over anything, but I think it's worthwhile for everybody to read this and go through this list, because it gives you like a recipe of how to proceed to understand your level of exposure, how to eradicate and remediate your level of exposure. So this is a little bit about getting evidence, also analyzing user activity. It gives you a nice little list of things you should check. Network activity, these are all things you should check. Endpoint activity, again, a nice little list of things you should check. And some examples, yeah, have all network device configuration files as well access to and validated. Yeah, there you go. Post exploitation activity, right? So has any of this stuff occurred? So you can kind of look through your Windows systems and yeah, you can look through your Windows systems and see if there's anything going on. There's some YARA rules at FireEye that you can run against the Windows nodes. Yeah, the YARA rules are quite good for forensics and detecting stuff. A little bit on containment, how to contain SolarWinds. If you do notice that you were breached, it's basically a checklist of steps, yeah, that you should do. You know, disabling accounts, blocking network communications, right? DNS sinkhole domains. I think the actual sinkhole domains are listed in here. So eradication, right? So steps for eradication, right? Changing passwords. You know, there's always the tried and true removing the Orion servers from your network and rebuilding from scratch. But a little bit on recovery, you know, backing up to SolarWinds database. They give you the version, SolarWinds version that's actually good. And then you should always check the hash of that particular SolarWinds database. Recommendation is to rebuild from scratch, and with these 6 recovery procedures. If you're not able to rebuild from scratch, which I highly don't recommend, then you can use these steps. But you know, it gives you options regardless of your situation, right? And then, you know, at the end, basically, regardless of what approach is taken, the following recovery activities should occur: remove any temporary command measures that were put into place just to lock everything down. Then you set up these things. You know, any suspicion, and analyzing use of accounts in a suspicious manner, presence of any known indicators of compromise, and then, you know, this making sure that, you know, all your software is up to date on signatures, including those related to this. There's some links. There's the YARA rules link for detecting IOCs, and then some Microsoft information. Yeah, so that's basically it. This is kind of like a pretty darn good playbook of how to deal with the SolarWinds environment and determine your level of compromise and what remediation steps you need to take. So that's all I got.
Thank you very much, Terry. All right, thank you for this presentation. And next presentation will be done by Mr. Dan Rojas at 1:35. Let's take a 5 minutes break and we'll resume at 1:35. Thank you. Presenter is Mr. Dan Rojas, who is the ISO for Santa Monica College, and he's going to be going over Microsoft threat protection. You have the floor for yourself, Mr. Dan. Can you hear us, Mr. Dan? Dan, can you hear us?
Hi, I'm here.
No, okay, so you're on.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. I've, like many of you, have probably been also working with the Microsoft threat protection that comes with our Microsoft 365 licensing and trying to make sense of it. So I was talking to some of my other peers with you guys about it, and there's so many different areas that you could delve into. I thought I would take a step back and then kind of give an overview of the different offerings and how they work first, just to kind of clarify things for people. With the cloud services, the software as a service, things change pretty rapidly, and sometimes you aren't really clearly notified of the changes that are made. So it makes it difficult to navigate the resources you have or to try to accomplish the goals that you're trying to achieve. So this is going to cover, there's a real breadth of different services that Microsoft offers, even in security. This is going to really focus on what they called advanced threat protection. So Microsoft Defender Advanced Threat Protection, which is the endpoint solution. Office 365 Advanced Threat Protection, which covers Exchange Online, SharePoint services, and Teams and things like that. Azure ATP, which is the platform as a service, software as a service, infrastructure as a service platform that they have. And then Microsoft Cloud Ops Security, which is a solution that kind of ties everything together. So as part of this exploration, it turns out that Microsoft is starting to change the product names. So everything that I knew being called Advanced Threat Protection is now being referred to as Defender. So you can see here that Microsoft Threat Protection is Microsoft 365 Defender. Azure Security Center is Azure Defender. Microsoft Defender Advanced Threat Protection is becoming Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. Office 365 Advanced Threat Protection is Microsoft Defender for Office 365. And Azure Advanced Threat Protection is Microsoft Defender for Identity. So even though they're going through with this branding, you're still going to run across a lot of platforms and services that have the old naming convention. Even the portals that you log into will still say Advanced Threat Protection. So they're in the process of this, but they haven't completed the full migration. And I'm not sure how complete or exhaustive they're going to be with this. So just be aware of the correlation between the services. And as you're referring to them, you're talking about the same things. So this is kind of a high-level overview of the different services. They have identity and access management, threat protection, information protection, and security management. This shows a list of what the Enterprise E5 offerings are. Most of us have the Microsoft 365 E3 version, which is the education version, offering number 3, which is the basic security offerings. But with the security management, there's some advanced offerings, even security experts that can work with you to help resolve different issues. But that's an additional level of funding that you have to purchase per knowledge worker to be able to get that level, or you have to purchase the additional packages for E5 compliance or E5 security to get those features. So Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. So this endpoint solution really integrates with Windows Defender on the desktop. And it's a centralized management solution. Like if any of you have used McAfee ePolicy Orchestrator, or I'm sure Symantec has their tools, but this is where it pulls and correlates all the different threat events to a central location to identify what's going on. And you'll see a common theme here where the capabilities that it has are discovering vulnerabilities, threat monitoring and analysis, alert remediation and automation, blocking threats and malware, detecting and responding to advanced attacks and with behavioral monitoring, and eliminating risks by reducing your attack surface. And the goal here is to mitigate the different attack chains are to block the different MITRE attack chains at levels where you can within Windows. And Windows kind of vulnerability attack surface areas are pretty vast. There's a lot of different areas where an attack can come through. So it's difficult to really kind of trigger on all of them. But with the intelligence from Microsoft 365's Defender, it adds a lot of intelligence in the background that can really help with this. And like any cloud service, as soon as a new threat comes out, they add it to their threat analysis and it becomes available to you immediately. So the day that the SolarWinds vulnerability came out, they had already had the file ID identifiers available on the threat analytics site to identify different servers where you may have the vulnerable files located on. So this is kind of I had difficulty getting a sanitized version of the portals or the screenshots within our tenant. So a lot of these are from the Microsoft site itself. So it may look a little bit different than your tenant looks, but it's very close. So the first part of discovering the vulnerabilities and misconfigurations is the Microsoft Defender Security Center. And it gives you a really nice exposure score of how it interprets your environment. Along with that, it gives you top security recommendations on the different steps that you can take to mitigate or to correct the different errors that you may have in your tenant. So if you see on the right of this screen, it says top security recommendations. Within your portal, you can actually click on these and then you can see which systems are exposed and it sorts it by the highest level of exposure. So you can go through and see which systems are exposed, remediate the issues, rescan your systems, and then improve your score continually as you go through the exposure and threat and vulnerability management dashboard. Another thing that's really nice too, when it can, Microsoft Defender will actually perform a alert remediation and automation. So we'll actually go through and identify a threat in your environment. It'll identify the device that the threat occurred on, any users that are associated with it, and if there's any kind of lateral movement with that threat, and then give these really nice graphs to help you understand where the attack came from, where it went, and then it gives you the opportunity with that information to go through and mitigate or correct the problems. And like I said before, it integrates with Windows Defender. So it actually real-time updates the information and alerts that it receives from the desktop themselves. So you can see if you're having some kind of outbreak or something widespread occurring, and then take corrective actions if you need to shut down a network segment or do something more drastic to try to mitigate the problems or stop the threats that you're receiving. Also, you can push policies down immediately in order to have all of your systems behave accordingly or to correct bigger issues. So with the attack surface reduction, you could see that you can monitor the behavior of your systems, and then you can mitigate the threats automatically through policies that you create. And through behavioral monitoring, if the actions are correct but interpreted as a malicious, you can set up policies that permit this behavior. so that you don't block or crash any of the production applications that you have. So again, it gives you a lot of visibility on the behavior of your system as well. And here is where we have the attack surface reduction rules. So there's a set of policies that you can apply. A lot of them are pre-established, like creating child processes, and you could do it at the application level, the system level, or even the user level to eliminate threats that you have in your environment. So the more of the threats or threatening behaviors you can reduce, then the easier it is to kind of maintain a healthier, clean environment, and it protects you against the zero-day vulnerability attacks by doing this. Some additional capabilities of a Microsoft Defender for the endpoint is that it runs on multiple platforms. So you can even not only push out policies to multiple platforms, but you can get reporting for multiple platforms as well. So it gives you a single point of glass, or a single pane of glass to view the threats that may be occurring in your environment. And there's APIs that you can use to even export the information to your SIEM and to other APIs that you may need to for alerting or whatever other kinds of notifications you want to send out. And this is an overview of a Defender for the endpoint. It performs threat and vulnerability management, attack surface reduction, next generation protection, endpoint detection and response, auto investigation and remediation, and Microsoft Threat Experts. And again, the threat experts are at the premium level when you get to the E5 licensing version. I think all the rest of this is actually included in the A3, even the auto investigation and remediation, which is a great place to get to where you can automate your response to different types of threats. Okay. And onto Microsoft Defender for Office 365. And as you can see, the processes are pretty similar: prevention, detection, investigation, and posturing of your environment. And if you notice, the attack matrix for Office 365 is much smaller than the attack matrix on Windows desktops. But one of the key areas is the valid accounts. So one thing that we really want to do within Office 365 is protect our identities and make sure that we apply things like principles of least privilege access for the accounts that we do use. If we have service accounts that we need to run, it should only be able to perform the minimal level of functions rather than having extra permissions. If we have global admins, we need to make sure that we use privilege access management so that they aren't used in inappropriate ways if the accounts are somehow compromised, that there's some type of control within the chain that they're being used. The prevention policy templates. Within Office 365, we have anti-phishing policies, safe attachment policies, safe link policies. Some of these are predefined and they can actually be augmented too. So if you have a phishing attack that has a malicious link, you can add it to the link, the web protection, in order to block that link, so that if any of your users, even users on their personal devices, if they're registered and in tune, can be protected against clicking on the malicious links. Anti-spam, enhanced filtering, DKIM to protect the identity of your email services so that you don't get an abundance of spam. Anti-malware, and also user submissions within the Office 365 templates. The artificial intelligence within Microsoft Defender for Office 365 can actually perform detections across multiple platforms and multiple tenants and help you take action automatically in order to prevent attacks that are coming through and to alert you to campaigns that may be trying to avoid or evade detection. And there's a investigation and hunting here as well. Within Office 365, there's investigation or hunting within multiple Defender platforms. From here, you can help identify, prioritize, and investigate threats with advanced hunting capabilities to track access across Office 365. And here we also have a automated response and remediation where you can see weaponized URLs and emails, for example, which would trigger an automated investigation. It would identify who the emails went to, which users were impacted, which workstations may have been compromised. And in some cases, if it's able to identify and mitigate the threat, it can perform the full remediation on its own and just document all of this so that the operations center, security operations center, can go back and investigate and document what occurred. There's also a secure score that you can get and a configuration analyzer that will go through your tenant and then help give you recommendations on certain functions you can perform to improve the security posture of your tenant. Some of them may not work with your institution, where it may say something like to turn on multi-factor authentication when you're performing that outside of Office 365, but it gives you the list of all the different options that you can go through and turn on or not based on your needs. And then again, like I said, there's different protection levels. The basic protection level gives you Exchange Online protection, protecting from zero-day malware, URLs, business email compromise, and then the ATP protection level 2 gives you post-breach investigation, response, automation, and simulation and training. Kind of outside of this discussion, but I wanted to mention it anyways, because this is something a lot of us are looking at. Office 365 has a amazing tool for information protection and governance, and it takes a little bit of work to go through. It's something that we're in the process of doing to comprehensively classify and label all of the data that you have within your tenant. And this is massive for us because we can enable more collaboration either with our students or externally to the organization, as long as we can identify the data, make sure it's protected, and track where it's going anywhere within our online environment. Okay, Microsoft Defender for Identity was Azure ATP. And again, we have the prevent, detect, investigate, and hunt. So the identity security posture here is also a list of recommendations on different settings that you can perform in your environment to improve your security posture. Part of this is integrated into Cloud Ops Security, which links back to your on-premise tenant. And in our environment, we're using all of our domain controllers as sensors for Cloud Ops Security. And so if an account logs into anywhere in our environment, it's reported back to the Microsoft Defender for Identity. And so we could see as people move through our environment from system to system, or as accounts, if it may be like service accounts, may touch different computers. And if there is any kind of compromise of an identity, we could see the different points where that compromised identity hit to go through and remediate or to perform a discovery and identify what may have been compromised as far as data goes. And this will also give recommendations if it finds insecure LDAP communications, passwords in clear text, and the systems that may be impacted sending that information across. And here's the detection of the different types of attacks or ways that identities may have been used maliciously. And it actually will tell you what the account is and where the account was being used. And it gives you a nice little report that can show you the exact times that the systems were occurred. And if it went across multiple systems, the identity, what the sequence was. And this is a nice little investigation tool. So as it ranks different identities within your institution. So if an account is being used in multiple locations or being used broadly, you can check to see if there's any malicious activity going on with that account based on priority levels. So you can go after the ones that seem most suspicious first. If the behavior is normal, then you can create rules to allow the behavior to occur without it hitting these higher level scores. You can also perform hunting queries. So if you wanted to find all the identities that were transferred in clear text through LDAP, you can run these and get really nice reports that will allow you to go through and perform whatever corrective action you need to with the accounts, whether you want to have the users change their password or identify where the accounts were used over a certain period of days. You can do all of that through the identity threat hunting interfaces. And here's a kind of overview of the different activities that the Microsoft Defender for Identity can perform. It does reconnaissance of abnormal resources, account enumeration, DNS enumeration, SAM enumeration, net session enumeration. It can identify compromised credentials, which is something that we'll see in our environment occasionally. It will even check the dark web and notify you if it finds credentials that are from your institution and which ones may have been leaked so that you could reach out to the owners and have them change their passwords, or you can monitor how their accounts were used over a period of time from the time that the leak was reported. It also detects lateral movement, like I mentioned before. Through the behavior analysis, it can see privilege escalation, and then it can identify other types of authentication that are not user initiated, such as golden tickets, skeleton key malware, remote execution policies, malicious replication requests, abnormal modifications of sensitive groups, things like that as well. Okay, and then the last few areas I'm going to go over are the Azure Defender, Azure Security Center, and Cloud App Security. And with the growth of infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, these tools have really helped streamline and facilitate the need for security and the ability to control these threats, identify when they've occurred, and to mitigate or respond to them. And you could see in the Azure Defender also, one of the key points in the MITRE attack chain is the valid accounts. So the identities are everything in the cloud. That's how we track people's use. That's how we give people access. So that's our paramount kind of task, is to make sure that those are secured. In Azure Defender, like the other platforms, it gives you a console to and a score of the way that it sees your different resources, whether it's software as a service like SQL Server, storage accounts, external application services, virtual machines, whether it's workstations or servers. It will track suspicious activity, allow you to implement policies to control and secure your environment, and also alert you to any types of threats that may be occurring. And the Azure Security Center takes it a step further than that, and it also allows you to look at the identities that you have, and it monitors the security policies. It gives you a security score of how you're doing with your security hygiene. And each of these areas will allow you to kind of click on these areas and find out what your vulnerabilities are and give you recommendations on how to improve them, or what to look at, and see if it may be a false positive that you need to modify within the rule sets or the policy sets to allow the behavior to occur. And then CloudOps Security gives you an end-to-end protection view of your entire environment. So your online environment in the cloud, and also with sensors, it ties into Office 365 and ties into Microsoft Defender, so that you could see your endpoints, your data storage within the Office 365 cloud, your services that you're using in Azure, and any other presence you have on-premise. Like I said, we have all of our domain controller sensors pointing to our CloudOps security, and it's super useful for us to see how the accounts are moving within our environment. And some of the accounts, we didn't really realize that behavior was occurring with some of the service accounts, and now we have the opportunity to right-size the permissions on these accounts to make sure that they are limited and they can only be used to perform the functions or tasks that they need to. And also with we haven't done this yet, but CloudOps Security integrates with Microsoft Intune. So as you create policies for your users using Intune, you can see if your data is being stored locally on people's personal laptops, make sure that security policies on personal devices are being enforced, and you have the option to control these personal devices too in case there's a loss or a theft, and you need to either try to mitigate or remove the vulnerable data or protected data, and if you're unable to, at least document what protected data may have been lost with the device. And the reporting for any kind of events like threats or need to update software will appear in the CloudOps Security console as well. And with Cloud App Security, it's not limited to Microsoft. You can integrate the Cloud App Security broker with other third-party services or applications. And some of the big ones are, we haven't done this yet, but like the Google Suite can be integrated with this for reporting. The Microsoft, from my perception, the Microsoft security tools are much more advanced than what I've experienced within Google. So being able to pull that information and about the resources that are in Google and how they're being used is a massive help. You can also integrate with a SIEM through the Cloud App Security Broker to do external reporting, like if you want to report to another server that's going to help you analyze your data, like Splunk. And this kind of indicates the position that most of us are in, the challenge of running a cloud security operations center when data is just all over the place and people are moving things in ways that are not necessarily documented, or they're not sure of where to put things, so it ends up in a landing spot it shouldn't be in. So you can get overloaded with false positives. You can have poor investigation workflows, too much manual integration for tools to try to tie everything together, and constantly evaluating products. With this Cloud Security Operations Center and Cloud App Security, everything's integrated into Microsoft. So it's all part of the same family, and there's ties into the systems in ways that third-party solutions can't reach. So it's really massively helpful with assisting in incident response and recovery, as well as proactively giving you threat hunting capabilities. It has a cloud native SIEM and SOAR, a security orchestration, automation, and reporting tool, but that's not something that's included in our package. I know that they were offering, I want to say, a free 3-month trial to use Azure Sentinel, and that's something that you would have to check with Sherry York if you're interested in doing that. But they were giving some type of service offering of like $15,000 or $25,000 worth of credit, if that's something that you're interested in. And obviously beyond that, it would be something that you would have to absorb or pay the cost for it. There's a integrated investigation experience across all assets. It gives you deep visibility into Windows, Linux, Mac desktops, servers, Office 365, Active Directory, and Azure tenants. So basically everywhere that our data is going, the cloud App Security can touch and get visibility into. Integrate with existing SOC tools and Microsoft capabilities with Graph Security API and log integration. So again, we could use other SIEMs with it. And integrated intelligence with intelligent security graphs. So between the different product offerings with the Microsoft Defender, you could see that it's really valuable in disrupting the cyber attack chain through the different platforms as data moves within our environment. Now that we're stretched from the on-premise to remote user to the cloud and to our new data centers, or our existing data centers on-premise or new data centers in the cloud as well. That's it. Ended a little early, but thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Dan, for your presentation. If you can unshare, I'll start sharing my screen. John, are you able to give me the presentation? Thank you. All right, so I'm going to wrap up things here in a few minutes. Thank you for everyone for joining our sessions today. Hope you found it very useful and valuable. I just want to go through our, some of the services that we offer and why we are important to, what we are doing. What's the insanity behind it? So basically, as we know, that all the colleges have a great deal of PII. This includes social security numbers, gender orientation, financial aid type of data. And, these are, a common target of cyber attacks. So in order to, prevent your, organization or your college or district, you need to have some sort of a sound security posture in place. So we are here to help you in achieving that. And we offer different things such as, security assessment, which is a pen test, Tenable scanner, which does the vulnerability scanning, SIEM, SSL certs, security training workshop like the one we did just now. And we're going to be also creating a lab, as Larry Sudo mentioned, and we have a mailing list where we distribute, common advisories, on emerging threats, policies, procedures, and like the playbook that on SolarWinds that Larry was mentioning earlier, something to like that. So things of those nature. Vulnerability scanner is available for colleges. If you're not signed up, please do so. This helps you is installed on a your campus network to find all the vulnerabilities and report back to you. So you can continuously monitor the threats that you have in your environment, and you can address them effectively. So we have a number of colleges onboarded. Similarly, Splunk is heavily used. A lot of colleges use it for security event monitoring, SSL certs. SSL cert is a certificates is a protocol that encrypts data through websites such as user ID, password, credit card, stuff like that. SSL cert should be installed on your web on any web server that require login or collect and displays personal information. It costs a lot of money. So we also offer those things. Currently, we administer in-common membership for ccc.edu addresses. Unlimited SSL certificate are available for schools free of charge. Sperion is basically inventorying and monitoring solution on your file system and shared drives. It's used to classify your PII or sensitive data that you may have and discover it. So we have a license that's also free of charge. If you're interested, go to our website, sign up. Penetration testing. I went over this earlier. Is very, very useful. Again, and then we do CS controls, where we go through your controls in place and we write a report and recommendation on those. And in the future, which I wanted to also discuss this, we are going to be effectively, providing more services in terms of, creating a lab and, security training labs, such as the one for Windows training or Windows security or Azure security, where you can, log in and play around with it. This will help you enhance your skills and implement those type of things in your environment. And also, along with the pen test, we're going to be offering some phishing tests or phishing assessments. If you're interested, we can help you do those phishing campaigns that target specific group of users within your environment. So these are the things that will help you enhance overall security posture. There's a lot more things we can do, obviously, but we have limited budget and capacity and resources. Given that fact, I think we're doing our best we can and working together as a team, to be successful, to minimize the threat landscape to the community colleges. Having said that, if you have any questions, concerns, please feel free to reach us through our website, or you can email Omar Osmani as osmani@ccctechcenter.org. And all the information is on our site. That's all I had for today. Thanks for joining, everyone. So I think we're done for today, like a little bit early, 15-20 minutes. And appreciate everybody's patience and in joining this, making this successful. Thank you.